What is up, everyone? Welcome to OMI is My Homie, episode 7. I can't believe it's already episode 7. And you know why I can't believe that? Because I was gone for 4 of those episodes. I've been busy. I've been traveling. Work's been crazy. And luckily, Rain and Randy have been holding down the fort while I've been gone. And I've been able to jump in the chat and listen to it. Sometimes live, but then re-listening to it afterwards has been good. But man, oh man, and I'm super excited to be back. And we got a lot of things to talk about, right? What a crazy week and a half. So some of the things we're going to go over, we're going to be talking about BlackPink week. Talking about, is it a failure? The community sentiment, what's going on since this BlackPink week, right? Like there's a lot going on with that. So we're definitely going to talk about that. And there's lots to talk about within those two subjects just there, right? And then we got, we may or may not be doing some OMI burns. We got to shout out the Gold Dragon Club and giveaway that they're doing, which is pretty massive, guys. So probably going to be doing something like that. We're going to talk about some of the things that VeVe could be doing, right? The gold and silver, pink, silver drops. What happened there? On top of that, we're going to be talking, if we can get to it, because I got like an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes where I would drop off, but these guys can continue on, right? Talk about David Yu, the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year Awards. We're going to try to cover Trump's crypto wallet, what he's holding there, and all of that stuff. We'll try not to get too political. I know one of those episodes that politics were a big portion of that. We're going to try to stick to OMI, VeVe, and crypto stuff. Talking about grails at all-time lows and top wallets and what they're stacking and what's going on there. And then kind of to top it off, some big IP that was teased last weekend. Also kind of some hints at like that June is going to be a big month and what's happening there. So I kind of rambled on for a little bit there. Without further ado, I'd love to bring on my co-hosts, Crypto Rain and the real Randy Chavez. Gentlemen, how are you doing?
Good.
I would like to say that I would like to go on for like 4 hours, but if y'all want to keep people wanting more, we could limit it to an hour and a half. That's fine.
Well, yeah. Look, I mean, I'm going to have to drop off, but like obviously you guys can continue going, and I see you guys because we have a special guest which I'll be introducing in just a moment here. You can keep it going, and then I might like come back. After I have to like, do all my stuff, might be coming back. So it depends on how long you guys are able to go. But I mean, as you can see already, there's a comment here about ambitious episode. I agree. There's a lot to cover, and I think it's important that we really talk about these things. So with that, bringing you guys on, now I want to introduce our special guest of the week, VeVe FamBam. Let's bring FamBam on.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
I'm so happy to have you here. Like, we've been on together on like a Randy stream, but we've never done like one of these, right? Like whether it was around the Comiverse or OMI is My Homie. Obviously, we haven't had a ton of guests on because we've only had 7 episodes. But for you to be one of the first guests here is a privilege, FamBam. You're such a part of this community, and it's also really important to get a female perspective on things, which a lot of times, with around the Comiverse or even, OMI is My Homie, a lot of times it's guys. The guys are talking. And so to get the female perspective, I think is very important and another great reason to have you on there. So anyways, guys, I know that you talked about this a little bit on around the Comiverse. Obviously, that happens on Monday. But I wasn't there. And I want to talk about it. And I want to get into some specifics on this BlackPink week, right? There was a lot of hype around it, a lot of incredible advertising, right? I mean, you had all of the members of BlackPink on their Instagram, like, post this drop. Like, it was pretty big exposure for VeVe. And I think a lot of people were just like, this is going to be epic. We're going to get so many users, like this is going to be like the good old days. And then Jisoo didn't sell out, right? And then because Jisoo didn't sell out, then the next drop didn't sell out and had even less of a sale. So anyways, that's kind of the context, right? Of why then people were like, oh my gosh, like BlackPink, it didn't sell out. You had all this marketing and BlackPink is a failure. So I'm gonna put it to you guys. What was BlackPink a failure? And if so, why? If not, why not?
I'll go first. I have some strong opinions on this. I think about the psychology of people behavior all the time. Now, there were some different ways this could go, and I'd say it went mediocre. One of the things is it is really big intellectual property that many, many different crypto projects would love to have gotten, and yet VeVe got it. So that part was a success. I was hoping, but I knew that the chances were small that there would be some kind of cascade event where people don't adopt new things the first time they hear about it, even if it's something really big. So the only way this went really, really big is if some other big celebrities picked it up and then were talking about it, and then other big celebrities were talking about it, because it takes multiple exposures for somebody to move from I know nothing about it to okay, I'm way interested. And so I think it pushed people towards that direction, but many people, this was the first or second time they've heard about VeVe, and it didn't get them across the threshold of, oh, I'm going to download a new app. Oh, this thing's cool. I'm going to look into it further. Now, a lot of what usually happens in the bull run is Bitcoin pushes people as Bitcoin hits new prices. All the news talks about it, and that pushes them through the threshold on crypto. And then they look for things within the crypto environment that they really like and they can wrap their minds around. So I think that comes later. I'd say this pushed things in the forward direction. It didn't do the thing of crossing 1 million people across that threshold who then joined VeVe and then made digital collectibles happen early. Okay, if that's the threshold we're looking for, there was a chance that that happened that way. It didn't happen that way. So I would say it definitely wasn't a failure. Was it as big of a success as I would love to see? Well, yes and no. I'd like OMI to stay cheap for about 3 or 4 more months, but I eventually want OMI to be very, very expensive. So I guess I was okay with however it played out.
What about you, FamBam?
I don't think it was a failure either. Same thing. I wasn't the success that we all hoped it was going to be, but it also it's there for other people who join. There's stuff in the store still. I don't know if they have a plan on burning anything at any certain time, but I mean, coming in to VeVe first and being able to buy things from the store is I liked it when I joined. I don't know if I would have jumped in the marketplace right away and started buying. I would have been, because you're new and you're kind of just, when I joined VeVe was the same day that the marketplace closed. I got in like on my phone at work and I saw the marketplace for a minute and I said, okay, when I go home, I'll look into it more. When I went home, it was closed and it wasn't opening it for weeks. I didn't know really what to expect. I didn't know, so I just grabbed the cheapest thing and put it in AR and I was addicted that way. But having those items in the store was just great for me. I don't know. It was kind of getting in there and getting used to the whole app and this whole new technology.
What about you, Randy?
I think it depends on how you look at it. You could take a look at so many different ways, but we'll narrow it down for a couple because I don't want to take up the whole episode. One way is which short term, did it sell out and how much money did it make? Well, there's 2 different things there. No, it didn't sell out. I don't even think they sold half of what they had put out, but they still grossed like $275,000. They grossed over $250,000 in a couple of days, which, like VeVe, hey VeVe, you're a futter, you're a moon boy. That's still pretty nice. And that kind of combats one of the other things where people are saying, okay, it has been said on multiple streams by multiple people in multiple places that typically for this type of advertisement, of having the girls post about it on their Instagram stories, and I think Jisoo even reposted it over on TikTok, would normally cost people, because they don't do this ever, it would normally cost people around the 8 figures, like 10 million or tens of millions of dollars. But if you go and you take a look at psychology of David of just trying to make sure every penny lasts and every penny is spent in a specific and efficient way. Most likely they didn't do that. And there's a couple people that saying like, oh, they shot their load. They're, VeVe is in danger of going bankrupt. And I think that's really silly, because not only did they make hundreds of millions of dollars the last few years, I don't think this is something that David would have spent tens of millions on. I think the way that he would have gotten them is by saying, okay, what are your options? And the option is, okay, going at VeVe, the #1 digital collectibles platform in the world. And what's your second best option? And you have a couple of other, notable people. There's, there's things on the Flow blockchain, like Cryptoys. There's things on other blockchains, but other blockchains and other products really don't do musical stuff. They do like maybe comic book characters. They do, stuff with science fiction. They don't really do this type of thing. VeVe's kind of the only one there. So a lot of times in Pokemon where people would say like, hey, do I pay this price for this Pokemon card? It's like, okay, well, you can, this first edition PSA 10, or you can get a first edition PSA 9. But for certain things that are like super, super rare, like these crypto and NFT platforms, there is no better option. There's certainly cheaper options. There's certainly options where you would make less money, but again, who wants to do that? So I think it was a victory as far as that goes. And they did something as far as getting influencers to market for them. Did they get Web3 influencers to market for them? No, but I think this is a valuable lesson where they say, okay, we could have gotten Logan Paul, Crypto R Us, Ben Armstrong, the people that pumped it kind of last cycle. And obviously that experiment was done and that was very successful. This time around they tried Web 2 and it didn't work out at all, at least not at first. There might be some successes down the line. But I would say that just to get them to advertise this, just to get this license in general, is a really big win. And that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah. So to round it out, I agree. I think getting BlackPink was an incredibly big deal. That's why so many people are so excited, right? And a lot of people did think like, hey, this is going to bring in a lot of new users. And I'll shout out Living Aloha. He's in his Twitter and he does YouTube as well. But, he kind of talked about some numbers. Now, he looked on Immutable X and definitely not a lot of like new active users or someone who purchased on the market, right? Between before the drop, the Jisoo drop, and then after the Jisoo drop. And then Hello K actually responded and he provided some additional detail, like a little bit more in depth. And it was more users than what Living Aloha could see. But again, like a lot of those people, like they didn't actually make a purchase. So were there new accounts that were opened or downloads of the app? Like it did look like that. I think like Hello K said something like around under 5,000, but it didn't give specifics on that. But yeah, we haven't seen purchases. Now to FamBam's point, and I'll give a perfect example. I mean, this is Rain touched on this, FamBam touched on this, but in marketing, typically they say it takes around 7 touches, right, before you'll onboard a new customer. 7 touches. And so this first exposure, people may have checked it out. Now they've heard of VeVe. Maybe they've done some research, but they're still kind of sitting on the sidelines. We do know that they're going to get airdropped, right? A collectible. Like everyone who did that, like everyone's going to get one. We'll then see. I think that will be more telling as to how many people. Well, I say people. How many accounts actually like signed up for that, and then we'll see if there's movement. But I do think that this is kind of a longer term thing. And right here, Fun Under the Sun, and Rain, you talk about this constantly too with Todd McFarlane Batman and Marvel comic #1. I was there on the drop, Marvel #1. I bought 2 on the drop, and then I saw all of these selling for $2, and I was like, oh geez, I obviously underestimated like what this was. Obviously, I don't understand why is it going below retail. I'm not touching this, right? Like, because I hadn't done the research on what Marvel #1 was or its significance. Honestly, I hadn't. And then we saw, at one point Marvel #1 commons were going for like $700, right? Todd McFarlane's from what was it $100 in the $70 in the store, something like that.
80.
$80 in the store,
80.
and then they were $14,000 at some point, right? And I remember. So Todd, like the app started in October of 20, and I remember in May where there were still Todds in the store, and people were like, "VeVe's gonna fail." Like if the first FA Batman on the blockchain can't even sell out, what is this app and stuff? So I guess I'm taking a step back. I do think that there's some learning things, like Randy said, right? Web 2 advertisers, is that the right audience now? I think we got to wait and see. It wasn't a big jump like a lot of people were hoping for. And so to address some of the points that people were making, they were like, hey, the mints were too large. Like with the user base right now, like the mints were too high. And it's like, okay, sure. Hindsight, we can say, yeah, the mints were too large. However, they didn't know how many people were going to come on. What if 20,000 people had come on, right? And bought this out? Like then people would be complaining that there wasn't enough mints. So like this is a learning experience for them. Definitely could have gone better, right? And what I think this has created, several things that we'll get into, but I want to touch base next on the crafting of today. Did anyone try to craft the GSU gold and silver? And
tried to. Yeah, I didn't get it.
You didn't get it, FamBam?
I did not. I didn't try.
You didn't try?
No.
Randy?
I didn't try. I kind of forgot about it. And there was a bunch of people that had said they had tried, and it's weird. There was multiple people that said, "Hey, I got a thing that said burn successful or crafting successful," and they didn't get it. And then I know at least one person that had crafted multiple. So I think there was just a glitch where most people just were unlucky, and there were so many people attacking the system at once that they just it glitched out. But there was at least one person I know was able to craft multiple, where there's a bunch of people that were trying to craft, they couldn't, even though it said successful.
So I was one of those people, like I was on both sides. So it looked like I minted multiple. I got gems taken out for 2 crafts. So I'm like, oh, okay, I got 2 for sure. And then I was trying to craft some more, and it would say that, I would craft one, I would use another of my cards, and then it would say that one was no longer usable, which I was like, okay, the craft went through. And then later it kicked it back. And so I can see, so like to Truck and Hank's point, shout out to you, Truck and Hank. He's like, I don't get people complaining about the crafting because they didn't land one. Yes, but then also I do get the frustration where you think you got it. Look, I still don't have my gems back from the second purchase. So I've got to submit a ticket. There's something that happened there, right? Because I was like, I for sure got 2. And yeah, I was lucky enough to get 1, but I'm going to have to submit a ticket. So it wasn't the best experience for a lot of people. And I initially was like, well, the process, my understanding is that I'm going in there, I'm crafting, and then it's processing, right? But everyone is doing that at the same time. And then what's happening is it's taking it in order. And so until it completes all of those transactions, all these other people are still trying to mint it, and it's accepting that. And then once it's actually minted out, then it rejects all those other ones. But people are like, well, what the heck? It said that it went through, it crafted that. And I was like, I don't know how to fix that, because it's a timing issue more than anything. But there was a great suggestion in our VeVe Gold and Silver logo chat, where they basically said, well, instead of just saying that like the crafting is successful, why don't you say like use your let me try to pull up exactly how they framed it. But I was like, that's actually like a really good suggestion here. But in the meantime, while I'm looking for this, do you guys have any ideas on how this crafting mechanism could go better? Because Comics and Crypto, and I'd actually already put this on as a suggestion myself, but Comics and Crypto also talked about it, is like, why wasn't there a wait list?
Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
That would have solved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would have.
And make it a blind box as well. Blind box that would have sold out. But this one, it's like, okay, well, you can't get number one. And some people are like, okay, sure, we'll get number two because we can't get number one. You know, the ultra rare as opposed to the secret rare. But then it didn't, didn't sell out. But I did notice, and maybe it's changed now, it's been a couple hours, but every single time you have something where you have to get multiple items and then you craft that thing, the thing that you craft in which the multiple items are either burned or you had to spend money on that, the result of that almost always goes below the value of what that previous one was, whether it was the Thanos gauntlet or whether it was like the black card. You have to spend like $195 to get a black card. It's like retailing for like 30, and then when you go and you craft it, the ultra rares are going for like 20. So it's like, oh my god, so the blind box, I think, at least that would have made it sell out. But I think that I don't know how VeVe fixes that. I think that's just human psychology, where they try to gamble for the most valuable thing, and then if they don't get the most valuable thing, they look at the second most valuable thing. Well, I guess it's not that valuable, and then they floor it for absolute, for a guaranteed loss, which is wild to me.
Yeah. So I'm going to read what they suggested. They said, I think a good solution for next time would be, instead of message being green saying success, your order has been processed, it should show up as yellow saying your order is being processed. If successful, the gems will be deducted and collectible will appear in your account shortly. So there's a message like that where it's just like, okay, it's processing. I don't know yet. But when you get that green thing, right, you think that you've been successful. And so that's where I think Truck and Hank, like that a lot of people were upset, is like they felt like they had landed it, and then it was being taken away from them, as opposed to like if you set the expectations, it's like, you don't know if you still got it yet, let us do the process. So that's one way to do it. I do like the MCP points or a wait list, right? Like the wait list, because then you can use MCP points. That rewards the collectors on that too. So I think from that standpoint, hopefully there are some certain things that VeVe can learn from, because there was some tough experiences. And when community sentiment is down and then people have a frustrating experience on top of that, like it adds fuel to the fire. So hopefully if VeVe is listening, right, and the team is listening, like one of the things I really want to make sure happens this time is that we provide honest, constructive criticism and feedback, right? That's not trashing the project and like, it's just not the way to go. But like, these are great ideas. And I think it's very important for people to express their issues or their concerns in a constructive manner. And I think that this is a great forum to be able to do that. And so on the, another idea too, though, is we saw like the signature cards mint out, right? Even though the ultra rares, because to get the signature card, you had to have the complete set. And there's people who kind of gamed it, which was wild to me because I don't feel like they were able to make much money doing it. Like literally a couple bucks.
Yeah, it was a couple dollars.
Yeah, but they did it because they're like, whatever. If I can do 50 of those, then that's $100,
Yeah.
But like that gamification, there's got to be a way to stop that, right? One collectible can only be used once, and if there's a notification, this is a suggestion, right? But like, if I sell my collectible on, but I've used that to then craft this card, it can't then be used again. And if there's a notification saying, hey, this has been used, right? Like that way people are going to have to buy from the store, because the whole purpose is to try to get people to buy from the store to complete the set to then get the card. And so either people buy from the store or the card becomes extremely rare and valuable for those who bought the set. So
yeah,
what are you guys' thoughts on that?
I think there was a issue with, you had like 2,300 of those cards that are available and only like 1,000 or 1,100 of the actual things. And I understand you want to have a little bit more cards than there are available things to craft, because people are going to want the cards for the long term. But I think that would be, choose, pick your poison or pick your, whatever it is. do you want the thing that's going to be scarce to craft, or do you want the signatures? Signatures, which apparently are their own signatures, are really cool, but you have two different things at work here. You have one, okay, the 50 cents that they get for buying and selling the common, for like $20 or $10 or however much, or I guess $30. I don't think it ever went below that, which is fine. Maybe they get like 70 cents per sale, and then that happens, hundreds of times, which I don't think that they're doing. But what I think that they're really concerned with, or something that's just a boon to them, is whenever something sells for $30, even though they only get like 75 cents out of that, it still counts as a sale of, oh, hey, here's another $30 in volume that we did. And that's something that they can go and take to the rest of the licensors that they maybe haven't gotten yet. Like, hey, this is the amount of volume that we did, even though they're not getting that's just the gross revenue. That's not, their net. But they could just go on and say, like, hey, the amount of volume that we did and the amount of transactions that happened, it far surpasses any other metaverse or any other crypto or NFT platform just because of that. And I think that's something that they might look at, and they might say, like, okay, well, these numbers look really good, even though they're kind of meh. I could be wrong on that, but that's just kind of the way I see it.
What about you, Rain?
Good point by Randy on how it shows up in volume like that. It seems like a flaw that people could just keep churning them like that. Maybe it was an intended flaw. Maybe it was just, it takes some sophisticated additional steps to stop that from being able to happen. So we'll see what they do about that. Like, I noticed that. I was like, oh, that's interesting. You would see some same sellers selling at a certain price, all these different versions of the secret rare Venom card, right? So I was like, oh yeah, they're just churning and buying these. And I don't know, it has some pros and some cons. I'm indifferent as to, do they need to fix it or not? Whatever. It did, Randy's point is, and I didn't think about that, is that it generates a bunch of trading volume. That trading volume does give them a good stat to share with new potential licenses that they're trying to get. Because there is a fee on every one of those, right? And so, I mean, that's also good for BlackPink. It's not as much as the whole volume, but they're still going to get their share off of each of those trades.
Yeah. FamBam, what do you think?
I also agree with what Randy said about picking your poison. Like, instead of minting more, maybe just have, like, if there's 1,000 that you need to craft for, then there's just 1,000 of the craft itself of each piece. So you either get to decide if you just want to hold that and not craft it. Is that what? Like, sorry, I had a work email going off on me.
Yeah, you're fine.
Hold on, sorry. I'm trying to.
Keeper of the plate.
What? I can't think of the, like, okay, anyways. So, because they minted, or they had more of the cards than the
ultra rare.
Yeah, than the ultra rare and secret rare combined. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, with that, I would have the same amount of cards as with the other piece. So you get to pick, like, whenever we had the little jars, the Disney for crafting with,
oh yeah,
things like that. Like, some people, of course, you wanted it. You want to keep. Some people just wanted the potion. Some people wanted to craft. So I understand, but you got to, instead of having too many, I'd rather, at least right now, when we have more volume of people again, then it would be a better idea to increase that. But then, like you said, Dr. Stuff, they didn't know how many they would have coming in. So
yeah, and the other thing is too, right? Because then people were like, well, can't you have this dynamic change? And it's like, maybe it depends on what's in the contract, right? What we don't know behind the scenes, if they basically say, we're going to sell, or we are required to list this many collectibles. Like, I don't know what that is, right? Could they? I do think that they do have some flexibility where they can then go back to the licensors and be like, okay, here's what we're hearing from the community. Here's how we can adjust, right? And we've heard, my collectibles say, like, hey, like, we do listen to you guys, and we do make changes, but obviously like there's some things that we can't just do an immediate change, and that's just like business. There's very rarely can a business literally just pivot on certain things, and because we don't know what's going on behind the scenes with those contracts, we can offer these suggestions, and hopefully there's more communication as to, hey, like, and I don't know with NDAs what they can or can't disclose, but if they can even just speak in generalities, like there are times where we talk about like locking in a certain number of mints or prices, I don't know, right? But there's this great comment here that I think I'm surprised that it hasn't been done yet by VeVe, right? So it says there's no chase element, and Sergio Collects talks about chase elements a lot, right? This happens with Funko Pops and things, but there is no chase element to VeVe drops anymore. So no desire from a value standpoint. Why does Panini sell out every single basketball set that they print, even the bad sets like NBA hoops? Is because everyone is chasing Wemby, right? Like if there was a 1 of 1 or like a 1 of 10, right, in this blind box that you could potentially get, like people are searching for value, and we're going to get into this. Like I want to transition into the next with the community sentiment and it being down, because there were some great videos put out as people looked at this BlackPink. And it didn't sell out. And when people thought that there was a lot of people coming, they started to take a step back and assess. And some people decided, you know what, I'm out, right? And they started selling all their collectibles. We've seen some OGs that are they've capitulated, and they're gone. Like they've started to sell. I'm just blanking on his name right now, but a huge
Dan Chavez.
Dan Schwabel, and I want to reach out to him. I'm going to reach out to him, message him, and see if I can't like have a private chat with him or get him on my channel and talk about that and just have an open conversation. I think that's important. I think it's important for VeVe to hear, right? Like what their concerns are. Now, this happens with every project, by the way. Like people who are huge into Bored Ape Club and had hundreds of apes, and then they sold out. They're like, nope, I'm out, and so anyways, I just wanted to bring up like the fact that this isn't just isolated to VeVe, right? But so this community sentiment is down. So Sleeping Comics put out a video, right? And he talked about 3 things. And interestingly enough, right, he talks about these things, but then he's also like, I don't necessarily have answers. But these are some issues, right? Like mint sizes and prices, right? So, and one of the things that he said is to be able to get that signed card, just one of the cards, right? You had to buy all 4 of those collectibles, and even on the secondary market when prices dropped, I mean it was like $100 or a couple $100 maybe, but like
it was $195 if you got them from the store.
Okay, $195 if you got it from the store.
But if you got them from not the store, at least for Jisoo, it was like not a fraction. It was, let's say 50 plus 20, 70 plus. So it'd be about 1/3, like 130, 140. Like you can get a severe discount if you bought from the secondary market.
Okay, so 130. And so he looked on eBay, and granted, he said, he's like, I don't know if I'm looking in the right place, but like he found like a signed album by all 4 girls. It's going for like $250, And so he's just like, is the pricing really right for these type of things? Because the other thing that he really talks, also talks about new user acquisition. And that's where I think some of the community sentiment is down, right? Is that people were really excited to get new users, and we just really haven't seen that. And he's like, how do we do that? And one of his points, and Randy, you brought this up, was a lot of people came to VeVe through OMI, like a lot of people. And those people they're investors, right? I look at a lot of people who are into crypto, and they're looking for return on investment. And so when they first came into VeVe, and maybe because it was so new, they were able to buy and things, and they held on, and then they saw that increase. And so he talks about like, should they be focusing on OMI and Web3 people, who we all are. And then the last one, he talks about value proposition for new users, but then also for the OGs, because it costs more to get a new user than to retain a current user. And so when I'm seeing these OGs leave with several like 1,000 collectibles and things and they're selling, that really breaks my heart, you know, because like those were hardcore people. And what can, so we're going to talk about what Sleepin said, but then I also want to pose to you guys, what can VeVe do? Like, what are some of the things that VeVe can do to retain people, and kind of change the sentiment? I'm excited to hear your guys' thoughts on this.
I have a lot to talk about, so go to them first.
All right. Well, FamBam, we'll go to you first.
Okay. To change the sentiment, oh gosh, I think what people have liked in the past is when David actually comes on to the spaces or something and has a discussion about, just the way, how he feels. What does he think? I think that would help if he was to come out and join the spaces and just, let us all come in and, have some people ask some questions. But I do agree with Sleepin. Like, I did watch his video and all the stuff he was talking about. And one of the main things I see also is with these crafting situations, it's all over the place. There's not really direct communication of what, do you have to buy from the store? Can you buy a secondary? I can't tell you how many people reached out to me asking questions like this. So things like that would probably help to get that more lined up with the crafting situation, and just being open, and letting us know like what exactly is going, what happened, like what were you thinking in this situation of, were you thinking you were going to get this many people? And then advertising for, I would say, Web3 instead of the Web2. Like, get out there and do more of that. We are going to have an influx of people once the bull run really kicks off again, but that's going to be the same thing. It's going to be crypto people. So I think whenever you're getting more mainstream, that's going to come from people that more hear, because they're going to start hearing other people talk. Like Randy knows this all the time. Whenever I go in Ubers and things, I'm always bringing it up to the drivers about like, hey, have you heard of VeVe, blah, blah, blah. It's crazy how many people have heard of it. They're like, oh, aren't those the ones that were selling those little gold Disney things? So people have heard of it, but it's got to get to the more, like you were saying, Dr. Stuff, like 7 touches. Like, the more they start hearing it, the more interested they're going to get. And then it also, the closer your friends are, like if you just hear it from acquaintances, it's just like, oh yeah. But then when you start getting friends, hey, we're OBL, whoop, whoop. Closer friends, you start listening more. And I think that's the stuff that needs to, happen. When it comes more mainstream, that's going to take a while. It doesn't matter. Like, it's just going to take a while to grow.
What are you thinking, Ray?
Number of things. I think the idea about the chase element or like the shinies is a fantastic idea, because if you look at why baseball card companies, basketball card companies, Pokemon does that, is because that we love that type of risk versus reward as human beings, right? So that's just a psychology of human behavior. And they went kind of that way with doing the blind box, which is cool. Which I guess maybe in Korea or something, South Korea, that blind boxes aren't enabled. What if you called them packs? Would you be able to do packs? Because can you buy like packs of stuff like Pokemon cards in South Korea? Like that would be huge, that a certain percentage has like not only secret rare, but maybe a shiny secret rare or something like that would be amazing. I like that. I would love to see lower initial collectible prices. So the reason they're not selling out, part of it is the price, right? So what were these initial collectible prices? Pretty damn high.
Yeah.
Like someone was saying, like the price of a brand new video game. Like, it is literally the price of like a brand new video game that launched in the store that you're paying for a collectible without, that you can't play the collectible for 3 months straight. So I'd like to see the initial prices come down. like one of the reasons Bored Ape Yacht Club did so well is their initial price versus NFTs. Like they launched at a pretty low price at the time. It was 0.08 ETH. There were other big collectible names that launched that had like top IP, and they launched for 1 ETH or 2 ETH. Well, those failed, and part of the reason the success was the low initial price, because then that increased the chance that there would be gains made from that low initial price. So their initial starting price, in my opinion, is just too high. And if they brought them down, then it almost gains its own traction. So say instead of being $55 for the ultra rare or whatever it was, or $60, what if it was like $15? Well, it would have sold out like that. Everything would have sold out. If the other ones had started at $10 and $5, and then they would have been able to turn and flip it, and that immediately turned sentiment around real quick. Because I did read through the comments in here, great comments. Everyone had really good ideas. Like one of them was like, I don't think there's anything VeVe can do. People are just trading memes, and that's true. Right now it's like meme coin season, early Bitcoin season, and with the ETH ETF getting approved, then ETH has taken off, and the focus isn't on digital collectibles. So that is going to run later. There are some things that VeVe can do in the meantime that would generate more activity. Would it take it to the moon? No, but it would generate more interest in like less people getting bored. Now, there's always a capitulation before the boom. And so some people are like, oh my gosh, these big OGs are leaving. That's just part of the cycle. I don't know why we as human beings tend to leave right before booms happen, but that's like when people get finally exhausted and they capitulate. They call it capitulation. The capitulation usually comes right before the boom. And so like people see that as a bad thing that these people are capitulating. I'm like, well, cool. I mean, then that I know what comes next after that.
Mm-hmm. And I do want to touch on that a minute. That's part of the reason why I didn't buy many of them at all, is because of the gem amount. I didn't have enough.
How many amazing collectibles on the market that came out 2 years ago could you get for that price? Like lots of good stuff. I've been stocking up on things on the market. Yeah. And I did get the 2 Jisoo secret rare cards, and I was hoping to be able to craft at least one of them and keep one. But like, I'll just wait. Like, that's okay. Like, I'll pick up in 3 months or 4 months. If everything hasn't pumped, I'll pick up some of the BlackPink ones I want.
Yeah. Go.
Randy, waiting patiently. I'm excited to hear.
Yeah.
Well, time seems to be the greatest coupon. It seems to not matter what you want or what you want to buy or what comes out. You know, time seems to be the greatest coupon, whether it's ultra rare Darth Vader, whether it's a secret rare Black Panther thing. And I guess we'll go to the secret rare Black Panther thing and selling things out and making things scarce, having, chase. I'll give you guys a little bit of alpha, which I think I've talked about before. But if anyone remembers the Dr. Octavius drop that we had, there was 3 rarities, one of which was a red variant. Originally, what they had planned was saying like, oh, the red variant was going to be a chase. And you're going to have like 10 of these red variants throughout the entire drop, and that would have guaranteed a sellout. That would guarantee a sellout for anything. For Pokemon, where you have like certain sets, the only reason certain sets in Pokemon do well is because there's Charizard in there. Oh, there's a Charizard in there. That's why certain sets go like to the moon, because in order to have that complete set, that complete collection, you have to go there. But VeVe ran into sweepstakes laws, and Marvel's like, yeah, you can't do that. You have to have it as like, you can have a red variant, but it's got to be like its own rarity, its own thing. It can't be like a sweepstakes thing. So that's why, unfortunately, they weren't able to do that, and which is why there's a difference between the red variant chase and a blind box. I'm not 100% sure what it is, but that's why they're able to do one thing and not the other. One thing I want to
hold on. I want to talk about that just a little bit more, because
sure.
Like, I'm confused, right? Like, why does a chase make it a sweepstakes? And if that's the case, and maybe it's that you need packs, and that's the way, because I'm like Pokemon card, like otherwise all of the Pokemon packs are sweepstakes, you know. And so maybe it's the packs having, buying several collectibles or multiple collectibles in one with a chase. Maybe that's how you do that, right? And then the pricing can be different. Yeah. Anyways, so
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna think through that. I'm gonna do some research on that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know the difference between, okay, you can get a common or a secret rare. Maybe it's because there's multiple that you can get, as opposed to where, okay, it's only one rarity and one just happens to be a different color, versus like, okay, this is going to be one rarity, this is going to be another. And that's why they're able to do, what one type of thing versus the other. Again, I'm not 100% sure, but I do know that was the issue with why they couldn't do that red variant for Dr. Octavius. One of the other things that Rain was talking about was price. And yes, he's mentioned this, Sergio's mentioned this. Oh, if things were cheaper, yes, things would sell out. And that's great for the short term. But, VeVe's a high-end, premium 3D digital collectibles. So if anyone's ever read the book, The Art of the Deal, with Donald Trump, he goes and he says that, hey, he was having a battle with the Hilton hotels, versus, the Trump hotels. And they were both I think $400 per night. And this was 30 years ago, maybe even longer than that. And then Hilton decided to say okay, we're not going to be $400 a night. We're going to be $380 or $365, whatever it was. And then one of Trump's advisors says hey, they just lowered their prices. We have to lower ours to be competitive. And Trump says, no, they lowered their prices because they're not as good. They're telling everyone in the public they're not as good as we are. And we are the best. And if you want to have the best, you have to pay for the best. Nobody had an issue with these high prices. Now, I granted it was a bull market, but nobody had these issues with these high prices when it was Black Panther, when it was Spider-Man, when it was a bunch of these. Why? Because they're high-end 3D digital collectibles, and you have to pay for that. It's people that go and pay high taxes because of the better schools. Okay, well, why do you pay for that? Because you have better schools, because you have better teachers. Your kids will have better educations, and you'll have a better chance of them being successful in life. So you have that rarity and scarcity versus availability. Yes, they would have sold out at 60 gems if there would have been, if they would have been rarer, sure. But maybe if the licensor had said, hey, we need to have X amount of mints, okay, sure, you could have sold them for less, but then what does that tell other platforms? What does that tell everyone else? If you have somebody else with another platform, whether it's McFarlane, whether it's Hero, or any other platform, and some of their packs of 2D JPEGs, or their collectibles are $20, where ours are 15, what does that tell them? That gives the impression, that gives the notion, and that sets the precedent that other collectibles, NFT platforms are better quality than ours when they're not. They're clearly not. You go and you take a look at them, and ours are X amount of times better. They're a multiple time better. So I really do like the prices. Should we have probably gotten less mints? Maybe a little bit, at least because we have them in X amount of different poses, and this is the bear market. But that's just an argument I do want to bring up. Another thing when you talk about criticisms, I sleep in comics. Yes, that video was great. And I guess the gist of it, to break it down, is just you can't please everyone at once, which is, agreed. But then he also had posted something the other day over on Twitter where he says, hey, VeVe Official, I love you guys, but I have to call a spade a spade. I'm a huge fan of Silver Surfer, but I'm not going for Fantastic Four number 48. I'll try to buy in the secondary because for me, in the bear market, $20 is too much with a 10,000 mint run. Thought process is that Blade, who's arguably a more popular superhero, his common is selling for 8 gems with a 5,000 mint run. So it's okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. But Sleepin said that, and then there was somebody underneath that thread that says, oh, blocked. And not that he was blocking Sleepin, but that VeVe might have or should have blocked him. And I was okay, that doesn't make sense. Is this person just a futter? But then I remembered Biscuit's status from, I think, a day or two ago, where she said her friend's account was flagged for a comment he had made, and now he has to tiptoe around what he says, or VeVe would ban his account and take his collection away from him. So how, and this is what I want you guys, what I want really us to talk about. What is that line? Because back in the day, you had Jeremiah Aoyang and Dan Chavez, who's banned from the VeVe Discord. Because back in the day, people were speculating a little too much, and Dan got the name Banhammer Dan because he was just banning people left and right. And now it seems that a couple of people, granted, most of them, all of the ones that I've seen are 100% justified, where VeVe's been banning a lot of these futters, these racists, these people that are just doing nothing but calling VeVe a scam and a rug pull, and they should be liable for those certain things. But there is a line with that. Okay, what do I say? What is right? And who is the one that's making that decision? Does my being banned, is that decision being made by someone that could have maybe just be in a bad mood because they had a fight with their spouse, because they haven't had their morning coffee? Or maybe I'm lucky and they're on a little bit of uppers, or they're on a little bit of Lucy, and it's okay. They're just being critical. We need to take that in. So I think that's a discussion that we probably need to have as well. And I realize I've just completely occupied like the last 10 minutes. I'm sorry about that.
No, I was going to say, I think the word was that they were going to be banned from VeVe, but that's not what the actual email said.
Okay.
They're thinking
I didn't take a look at the
deep. Just not going to be able to comment on the feeds, possibly. I can't remember what it said either, but it was not banned.
Yes. Again, all of the bans that I've seen are 100% justified, but I've only seen X amount of bans. I haven't seen all of them, and I don't know if someone's just being banhammer happy, or if they're just, or if they're justified, and what this particular case was. It should be a case by case basis.
Mm-hmm.
I sure hope banning them from the Discord does not lead to somehow shutting down their VeVe account.
That can't happen.
That
cannot happen.
Drastic and I would be super pissed.
I
don't think that's what we're talking about. I think we're banning from the Discord, and Correct. It's like, well,
he made an inappropriate comment, and I think commenting on some of the VeVe collectibles, and so they got an email saying like that they would have to take some action. They didn't say ban, but.
Well, yeah, and like, look, like they may be able to ban them from commenting in the feed, right? Yeah. But like, there's legal ramifications. You can't take away someone's collection, so we won't even go there. There must have been a misunderstanding. So I would hope, and like I feel like Biscuits is quite reasonable. I would hope that if her post says that her friend is afraid of getting their VeVe account taken from them, that there's clarification on that before stuff like that goes out, right? Because that creates unnecessary fear and things. So yeah.
I believe the email's on there too, if y'all.
Yeah, the email's on there. So okay, yeah, we'll have to check that out.
I saw the email, and it just said if we detect further inappropriate comments, he happened to say the hammer for the BlackPink hammer, the light hammer, it just looked like a sex toy, which fair point. But he said that the email said that if there's any more inappropriate comments, we'll have no choice but to take further action on your account in line with terms of use. They didn't say ban. They just said further actions on your account, which could just mean hey, you can't comment on the feed anymore, or your comments will have to go through like a process in which we'll approve them before they get listed on the feed.
So
or it could mean the opposite. And it could mean
I could see though then, so to that point, I could see someone reading that and be afraid that their account could be banned. Yeah. There needs to be better clarification as to what the potential actions could be. And let's touch on that for a second, because I want to go through a couple things that you guys have talked about, right? I am 100% with Rain, and I'm going to push back on you a little bit, Randy. Like, I agree with the premium collectibles. However, we see premium collectibles that aren't $60. So why did this one have to be $60? You know, like
probably the name.
What's that? Because it's BlackPink.
Probably the name. Yeah, it's just the name of BlackPink.
Yeah, and that's. But then again, that's where then the sizes come in, and I agree that, and I said that initially that they didn't know how many new users they were going to get, and so like if 20,000 new users had come in, right, and they had bought this, we wouldn't be talking about this, right? But I think a lot of people were just like that. For me right now, that is too much. That's the cost of a video game or some of these things, because people are also looking at value. And that's the other thing that I think is important. And Rain talked about that. Why are we talking about lower prices? Because everyone's a collector at heart, like to a certain extent, right? But there's also like, it's this struggle, because yes, you want to buy things that you like, but like you also are hoping that down the line, it's worth something. And in the physical world in general, we don't get that immediate feedback, right? Yes, you buy a toy from the store, you don't walk out and someone's like, look, I'm only going to buy that from you for $4. You're like, I just spent $50 on this. We're like, what? You know, and there's 20 people who are like, I'm only going to buy it for $4. We don't get that instantaneous feedback because I think the dynamics would change as people buying stuff after that. And they're like, well, if like I can only sell this for $4 literally after I walk out the door, maybe I don't want to pay 50 for it now, right? So there is that dynamic that you don't really see in the physical collecting space. But that's part of the excitement. That's what people are talking about, Chase. There needs to be this, like, there is a chance that I can get value. And I think that a lot of people now are seeing, they're looking at drop after drop after drop, $20 comics, and they're just saying the likelihood that I'm going to get any value from this is extremely low. And especially since it's like, well, why is this one $20 and 10,000 mints when there's these other comics that are $7.99? I feel like you're price gouging me here. And I just, they're kind of pushing back. And I think that this is where this discussion is. And hopefully, again, VeVe is listening to the community and they're saying, we hope that you start to rethink some of this, right? Maybe we don't, like, I understand, you know, if for whatever reason, and I don't understand this reason, but like if for whatever reason it's like, well, we don't want something to sell for $20 and then be listed at $1,000 on the market. Maybe we mispriced this, and it's just like, but there has to be some element of that, like otherwise, because that's the attention. That's what gets the attention. And VeVe is this Web 2.5, right? I don't think it's full Web 3 by any means, but like you do have these crypto people, and there are people who are here for investing, and they're coming in and they're just like, if I don't see any sort of return, because Web 3 is all about attention. And so you do have an element of Web 3 people in here looking for that attention. And there's multiple comments in here that like I wanted to just show real quick. Where'd this go? And Turtle, I'll get to your thing, I promise you. Here. Well, basically the comments talk about there's got to be more to do. There's got to be more to do in the app right now. Like AR and VR is cool and things, but like that will only last for a certain time. People have short attention spans, you know? And so like, what else is there to do? And to that point, I want to get to the Superstar Money video where they talked about some of the things, right? Like, and their video was like, where have all the VeVe content creators gone? You know, and unfortunately, I didn't make the cut. Again, I've got a smaller channel, but they did shout out you, Randy, and Rain, right? That you guys are still here, but there's a lot of people that have left, right? Kyle Wilson, Taps Trades. I mean, Hello Kate, like they didn't list all of these, but there's quite a few people that have left there, and they're like, what are some of the things that VeVe can do, right? Because I don't mind people complaining. I love when people complain and then offer solutions. Now, maybe some of those solutions are outlandish or outrageous or just not there, but some of them are going to come out and they're going to be good, right? And so one of the things that they talk about is an ambassador program or an affiliate program. We know that VeVe has hired someone to break that out. I think that it's been a year, right? Since Greek Goddess, I can't remember her name, but she helped with the BlackPink stuff as well. But like my understanding,
Deuce Skix.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Like she was hired to do this ambassador program. We haven't seen that yet, that I'm aware of. You know, they suggested like, oh, is there some sort of backdoor deal? Like, I do not believe that at all. I don't believe that at all. So like for me, like that's out of the question. But like that would help. That would absolutely help, right? To get people in there. And then the other big thing is trading. So Doodle Lover, shout out to Doodle Lover, right? He had commented, he's like, hey, will you talk about like transfers back? I remember when there were transfers, and I would go on Rain's show, and there would be a segment specifically about OMI, and I would snipe the market, and I would do a free giveaway, right? Of like a low mint something, right? And maybe the collectible was $10, $15 or whatever, and I would give it away. And I love doing that. And it brought a lot of people. Now, from someone who really understands the regulatory space and like a lot of things, there is the concern with money laundering. So the first reason that VeVe gave us was like, hey, we need KYC. That's a big deal. I totally understood that. I'm like, yeah, you need KYC. You need to see who's doing these transactions, right? However, there's synthetic KYC that can be done, right, and manipulated. And they can pay someone $5 in a third world country and get their ID and then create the thing. And then they can do all those. And if that account gets caught, there's no accountability, right? But then the next layer that they talked about to help combat that was MCP points and status. We have both of those. So I think that Superstar Money made a great point as, look, a lot of times there's a lot of complaints, and I always sit there and I take a step back and I just say, what would be a logical explanation for this? I don't have one for why we don't have trading now with those two things, with MCP ranks and with KYC. I really think because that engages people. That's attention, right? Whether, because they talked about Kid Arcade, and like he does these epic art renditions, like and makes some NFTs. But what's happening is because they're free, then people are minting them out immediately through bots, and then he can't really, like, his community's not getting him. And he's like, but I can't charge like $1 because then he'll get banned or he'll get a cease and desist from Marvel, or but if they could send out these collectibles, and maybe it's that the ambassador program is we allow certain influencers, right, to pass this thing, and then they're able to get this out. I don't know, but these are some solutions that I think will bring back like engagement into the app, which I think is another big thing there. So I've been seeing some of the smiles. So you guys are reading comments that I'm missing there.
Yeah, Kelly Boudreaux's comment totally cracked me up.
Hold on, let's get down there, and then Randy, we'll get to your thing, but I want to get to Turtles. Let's see.
Turtle, I love Turtle. He's awesome. As somebody's black.
I just clicked on it. Man, see, I do that sometimes. I do that where I just click on it without reading, and then I'm like,
I love that so much.
Regrets.
I just have one quick thing.
Okay.
I have one quick, and I'll let you guys get to it. Is one is that there was somebody the other day, because we're talking about transfers. They were talking about Pinnacle, and they were saying like, hey, in this trading event that we got to do on Pinnacle, my buddy made $750. And I don't know why certain people, a lot of it is teenagers, but some of it is other people that are just, I don't know what their mental status is, where people brag about crimes and they just brag about they just literally confess to everyone around them that they're doing these things. And this guy said like, hey, my friend just made $750 in this trading event on Pinnacle. Now the trading event is supposed to be just a 1-for-1 thing. Hey, you have one pin, I have one pin, let's trade. Now, obviously, if somebody's making $750 on that, which, yeah, if you're worth 8 figures, $700 is nothing. But if you're living kind of paycheck to paycheck, $750 is a decent amount. And when somebody says that, it's like, okay, obviously somebody traded a really good pin and a really crap pin, and then they did an OTC deal, like complete off the website, and they did it, outside of the market, which I'm 100% sure goes against terms of service. And why someone would brag about that, I have no idea. But they're literally going and just confessing to a crime of breaking terms of service and doing essentially money laundering. And it's like, this is why VeVe doesn't have that yet, because clearly as soon as it's available, somebody did that the first day. And that's just somebody that confessed. There's probably other people that did those types of things that didn't do that. So the transfers, I don't think that can come back in this climate where people are so readily available to go and just commit larceny and fraud and breaking terms of service, where if they get caught doing that, their account gets shut down. Like back in the day, I had people every single day, multiple times a day, tell me, VeVe banned my account and I swear I didn't do anything. And I think I've only seen 2 people where they actually didn't do anything in that time, where they were buying and selling illegal gems or whatever that was. Almost, like, again, 99.9% of them were all doing something illegal, and they said, oh, I swear I didn't do it. So I have zero sympathy for people that break terms of service and then get their accounts banned. So obviously I'm coming from a biased position here because I get all the sob stories, and it turns out that most of them are lying. But this is why VeVe can't do that, at least right now, at least not without like a guarantee that somewhere people go and the licensors have their 6% or the 2%, whatever it is. They have that guaranteed on the blockchain with smart contracts or something like that. Because that's just, yeah. Sorry, I had to ventilate.
Yeah.
I do want to step back. I didn't get to rebut on the premium collectibles. We were talking about ways that VeVe could improve engagement. Now, they probably made this deal with BlackPink 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, it was unclear that the market sentiment would be much softer 2 years later, right? So it's probably not that they could go back and readdress it and be like, I think, we need to lower the price. Secondly, you don't quite know, as you guys said, when you launch those commercial stuff, how much traction is going to come in. So one of the things they've done to combat this that I like is that they sometimes burn the extras. And I think that's good, because at the end of the day, when I'm buying, I'm not buying for immediate increase, though I would love it if that could happen. I think that would keep a lot more people engaged. A lot of people haven't learned to develop the delayed gratification and the patience that I love, because I then just wait. Like when I bought Todd McFarlane's, I thought, well, I think these are going to be worth a lot later. I ended up being right. When Marvel comic #1 dropped and I saw that the floor in the commons was 2 gems, I bought a whole bunch of them. In fact, I kept sweeping the floor. So if you saw somebody buying it up to 450, that was me, until I forgot to keep doing that and ended up with I'm like, wait, why did I stop doing that? That was the greatest thing. I only end up with 50 of them, and they went to 700 plus gems. So buying low and then selling high. When they released this mini, they totally saturated, the appetite for collectibles, with 4 dropped each day, and then for over 4 days. It just felt super expensive for even people wanting to BlackPink. It oversaturated everyone's desire to have the BlackPink collection because of the price, and kind of burns people out a little bit. I think that's something that happened. I think I do like that VeVe does take good feedback and they do make some changes. We have seen the mint numbers on the comics come down, because remember when they were minting 70,000 Amazing Spider-Man #1s and then 50,000. So we have generally seen those come down a lot more, and for the most part, they've been pretty good on that. I just think with BlackPink, they didn't know how this would go. I didn't know how this would go, and we saw how it went. If they end up burning those extras, and I don't know if they could get that, if it's not already in the license agreement, I doubt they could go back and renegotiate that. But if they did that, that would make these really scarce, and in the future, they'd probably do really well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna pause here, and we want to show this comment. Shout out to Turtle Golf. If you guys don't know, what a just a awesome person, and there are so many in the community that really are they just love this project so much, and they're trying to do their part however they can, right? So the Gold Dragon Club, one of the things that they do, if you own a Gold Dragon, basically, and you list it for a certain price on the VeVe app, kind of as a staking, you get some rewards and things, and one of the things that they announced on Superstar Money's channel is a 7-night stay at this hotel in Florida. It's the prize value is $7,000 on this thing, right? And so one of the ways to do it is by burning OMI, right? If you, for every 1,500 OMI, which I think they said is the equivalent of 92 cents or something, you get an entry into their into this giveaway. So now there's some stipulations you got to contact, OMI Daily Burn, or there was another individual just to verify that happens, right? But look, the Gold Dragon channel, Turtle Golf, they have supported my channel as they were trying to help me get to 1,000 subscribers. Which, by the way, doggone it, I have not done that yet, guys. If you haven't already, smash, push, crush, or gently caress that like button, the subscribe button, the all notifications button, right? And even just hitting it right now, the like button, it's going to push it out to more people so that more people can see it and come into the chat. But it's just a way it's a free way, right, to support the people here who are taking time out of their day to do this. So love it if you could do that if you haven't already. But what we're going to do now is I am going to burn some OMI. So let's do this. Now, not a ton right now, but just to show people how to do it, I think is an important thing there, right? So we're going to go to MetaMask here. Set this wallet for it. Let me know when you guys can see this.
Can see it.
Okay, hold on just a second. Just good stuff. Okay. So here I am in my MetaMask. I've got some OMI. Now I think it's for every 1,500. I put in like $30 to try to, $35. So I was like, oh, I'll burn like $30 worth of OMI. But the gas prices are so high that there's this like range of like $10 to $20 just to swap OMI right now with ETH. ETH is the worst. Buy OMI. If you're buying OMI, buy it on base. Please buy it on base. Freaking Ethereum. Okay. Anyways, so what we're going to do here is there's a burn wallet address that's set up on Ethereum where you can burn any token. So I'm going to go to send here, right? And we're going to go, wait a second. Why is that address invalid? That is the burn wallet.
Because it doesn't have a 0x in it?
Yes, it does.
Are you on like base and that's Ethereum and that's why?
This is Ethereum. This is the Ethereum burn wallet address. Well, uh-oh. What's happening? What if I deleted a 0? Some zeros. What's going on? Well, this is what's going on. Okay, look, hey, if there is someone in the chat right now, we're gonna come back to this because I don't understand what's happening right now. That's okay. Well, we'll have to come back to that. I'll bring up another topic that we can talk about. Let's see if there's someone in the comments here. This is really I'm confused. Copy paste again. I did. Wait, send it to OMI, the OMI burn wallet.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have that. Well, okay. You can burn the token still, but
yeah. Message OMI Daily Burn or Superstar Money, and they should have that address.
Yeah. Does someone have that? And they can put. Maybe you can't put that in.
They won't be able to put it in chat. It'll get blocked.
All right. Well, shoot. I should have walked through this beforehand and done like a test burn or something. But we will get that. So I'll look into that. But in the meantime, let's talk a little bit. I still wanted to cover a couple different things. We talked about the affiliate program, about trading, and some other ways to engage. And I wanted to share a tweet real quick from a buddy of mine. Let's see. Where is he at? Come on, guys. Yeah, I think it's this one. Notifications. Let's see if this is the one.
NFT Hero, is that your Ethereum address? He's like, burn it to my wallet.
I think it's Crypto Cash Flow. Okay, yeah. So Crypto Cash Flow had a good idea. And these are just ideas, right? To try to keep people engaged and also to reward collectors. I think people keep talking about that. They're like, I'd like to see, like, how are you rewarding the collectors? And look, I know there's argument like, if you're a collector, what do you care about getting rewarded? But this is the attention part, and this is the retention part. That's so much cheaper. But he's like, I had an idea VeVe could do to reward long-term collectors. Each collectible you hold gets a status symbol based on how long it has been held. So that's a free thing, but that's a flex. That's a social flex, right? Mm-hmm. Where it's like, oh, I've held this Todd for 3 years, and people are like, the only way that you could have held it for 3 years is if you bought it in the store, right? So you could say it without saying it. That's an example. And he's like, there's other things they could do, right? That wouldn't cost VeVe any additional capital or reward incentive, long-term holding of collectibles, right? So I love that idea. So maybe for year 1, year 2, there's different signals for or signs for it. And then he had another one to where basically with MCP points, like if you held a set for a year, maybe you get a 10% bonus for the set, right? So they're just like little things like that really don't charge or cost VeVe really like anything extra, but it incentivizes collecting and holding. So anyways, I just wanted to. I love when people have issues and then they also present potential solutions, right? So continue to do that, Sam. Like as we're doing that. Yeah, okay. I'm just seeing that right. That address. Pretty sure that is not the OMI burn wall. That's great.
I like the attempt. NFT hero, solid.
All right, guys. Sorry, I don't
Can't blame you. We all want more OMI.
Oh, look at this. This is awesome. Thank you for your live stream discussion today. Appreciate you, VeVe. It was awesome when you guys posted that you subscribed to me. Like that means a lot, right? I love this community, and there's so many people here that do love VeVe and they want it to succeed. Oh, Randy's peacing out for a second. Okay. Why not check it? It really is. Check on Etherscan. So it might be. That might be like. That would be really funny if it is.
I know. A second layer funny.
Hey man, I will personally apologize to you if that's the one. I haven't looked at the burn wall for so long. I'll check that out and let's see if anyone. But in the meantime, let's get to another topic here. And Randy just left. Because we were going to get onto some of the topics that he wanted to cover. That I really enjoyed. Let's see. Well, yeah, Randy's gone. We'll get your thoughts on it and see if any of you guys are really following it, right? But so we know that David he won for New Zealand, right? Like Entrepreneur of the Year. But then what happens is for each, I don't know if it's each region or each country, there is, and Randy, you'll probably be able to speak more on this, but there is like a overall entrepreneur of all the entrepreneurs of the year. Can you speak on that?
On about entrepreneurs?
David.
No, the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year that's going to be happening here soon that David is a part of.
Oh, sure. I guess a little bit. So they had this like a year ago, and David won for New Zealand Entrepreneur of the Year, but now it's like the best of class in all, like in the entire world. So I talked about this a little bit, and it's just, I think for New Zealand, he just had the digital collectibles thing, but now because it's like the world, and the world is, a lot of it is focused on crypto because of what you have going on in El Salvador, what you have going on with the Trump campaign, and then you have Gary Gensler getting pressure put on him for the Ethereum ETF. So now it's just him talking about like, hey guys, we have more than 8 or 9 million NFTs that are sold. We had a bunch that are minted. We're carbon neutral, so you don't have to worry about we're safer and better for the environment than traditional plastic and all that. A lot of it winds up in a landfill. He's in Europe this week. I think he's in Portugal right now, but he'll be in wherever he needs to be in the next couple of days in order to go and be there for that. And that'd be great if he wins, because that's just another notch in the belt that David has. And I know we were talking about it before with BlackPink and saying like, yeah, this isn't good, but what do you think happens to other licensors that maybe weren't interested in this, a year or two ago, but now they have BlackPink? And now, he hasn't just won Entrepreneur of the Year, but he's now nominated for Entrepreneur of the Year in like the world. Yeah, this is super great. This is only going to get better. I'm really excited.
What's funny is we're seeing the emergence of a whole new class, right? This whole idea of digital collectibles, it is a new thing. And Bitcoin created this idea of like digital money that's verifiable. And because of cryptographical encryption combined with blockchain allowed the internet to do things it couldn't do before, and you couldn't have this aspect before. So what is weird about the whole like digital collectibles thing is for the first time you have collectibles tied in with the cycle of crypto. So crypto every 4 years in just under 4 years has this massive run. And 4 years for some people is way too long to wait. But we're going to have this awareness coming in. We're seeing even US politicians fighting over who can be more crypto friendly now, which it has not been a crypto friendly environment from US politicians for the last 4 years. Now we see big money coming in and other things. We're about to see a really big crypto wave. And some people are calling VeVe dead. I think this big crypto wave brings in awareness to this whole idea of blockchain, which then brings awareness to this idea of digital collectibles. Oh my gosh, this is cool. And that will create a huge way for VeVe as well. Now, will VeVe continue to be pegged this 4-year cycle? I can't say what it will be like, but I do see a lot of people kind of washing out, getting frustrated, saying, we even had in the comments here, like VeVe has flatlined. Cool. See how it goes over the next 12 months. Because I think Randy's right. Like things are they're coming up. And what's so funny about capitulation is how many people do capitulate at markets right at the bottom, and they never get to ride that upside. So I'm excited for the next 12 months. Many people, their patience has run out and they're out. That's cool. That's cool. What was that?
So I didn't hit mic. I'm sorry. I was supposed to mute myself. I was running to get a beer. So I was thinking, like, what would you do with a drunken sailor? What? And I thought I hit my mute button. I didn't. I'm sorry. I have to go. Oh yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay. No worries.
Well, so one of the things, Rain, that I was gonna, because I kind of had that discussion on X, right, where people were like, the token is dead, it's flatlined, and like, so then I was like, look, let me back up. So there's been multiple comments because we talk about narratives, right? And people are like, oh, you're just going to talk about narratives again, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, wait a second. Like, you don't believe that narratives, like that's like a thing? Like I was like blown away. Right. So one of the projects that I followed for quite some time is Animal Concerts, right? And their concerts in the metaverse, they've got connections to some major artists. Token launch shot up, then it dipped, and it flatlined for quite some time, right? And I'll show you here. I'm just going to pull this up. And even a second one, because they were like, well, give me some examples of tokens that have flatlined and then actually pumped right afterwards. And I was like, well, Animal Concerts did that, but I'll show you the chart. And it's interesting because let's see, Animal Concerts. Like all it did, like these projects didn't do anything. And Rain, you talk about this all the time, that like these projects don't have to do anything, and then all of a sudden they'll pump. Right, because of the narrative. And so we'll talk about, like, I'm just going to show you Animal Concerts here. Let me present the screen. And I think that this is important. And all we try to do here, look, we provide you guys our thoughts on this. There's going to be people who disagree. And as long as you're respectful about it and make your points, I love having those conversations. And at the end of the day, one of us will be right. One of us will be wrong, And I'm not going to celebrate someone who's like wrong, right? I'll be stoked that if I'm right. And if they're right, I'm going to take a step back and be like, what did I miss there, right? This is all learning. I love those type of conversations. But so Animal Concerts here, right? Let's share this here on the screen. So we're going to go to like a year. So, well, and let's go back even max, right? So here's the max chart. So
if you hit the logarithmic scale, you'll be able to see how big that pump really was that happened back in January.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that at, Rain?
Right next to max. So to the right, to the far right, you'll see log right next to max.
There. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. Right. So here's max on the log screen there. Well, why is this?
So it shows proportional increase. But it makes it easier to see when things proportionally run up quite big. Otherwise, if you don't use logarithmic scale, that initial candle when it launched washes everything else out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it did wash everything out, but then like I was just gonna, but that's fine too, right? So there's this pump here, but the reason I actually didn't want to do the log, right? Let's take that back, and there's this pump here, where it goes to, it was at 3 cents, right? And then you go here to 0005. It got down to 0001.
Wow.
In the summer. In the 0001s, right? I bought a decent amount here, right? And then what happened? Let's go to the year one, and you can see this chart here where there was this massive spike in like January. You know what happened in January? the Apple Vision Pro.
Mm.
And so the people are like AR concerts in the metaverse with the Apple Vision Pro. That narrative hit, and the token pumped substantially there, right? After really not doing anything for a long time. Narratives matter. Another token that I talked about that I got some good gains off of was this one called Genomes DAO. GENE is the ticker symbol, right? And it was like dead. And then CZ, as he was taking a step away from Binance, right, with all of these issues that he was having, the legal issues, he was like, I'm going to take a step back, but I'm going to be an investor, and I'm going to look at decentralized science projects. Gene's token skyrocketed when that happened from that tweet. Then people are like, what are the DeSci? What are DeSci projects? And they're just Googling that and they're trying to buy it. And then there's this pump there. So narratives matter. And I just wanted to bring that up because when we talk about this and we're just like, the NFT narratives, like the NFT narrative isn't here. And I'm going to take one more step, like tangent on this, because I had a discussion and the person was quite, they were very nice in their rebuttals and the discussion. It was a great discussion, right? There's no attacking and things, but like the individual was like, oh, like NFT narratives has totally hit. They're like, look at ordinals, look at Solana stuff. And I was like, I didn't respond there because it's so much easier to do it verbally, but I'm like, ordinals was the narrative. Bitcoin layer 2 was the narrative. So anything on that pumped, anything on that, the runes pumped, ordinals pumped, it all had this massive pump. And then there was a Solana narrative as the price of Solana pumped, right? And then the like the meme coin narrative. And so then any NFTs, like a lot of the NFTs. And the other thing I think is so important to point out is these are new projects. And so they have not had time to have the FUD cycle, to not fulfill their promises on a lot of things, right? So you'll see a lot of projects that launch and they get listed on these things and everyone's excited because the price is pumped. Let's look 2 years down, let's wait 2 years down the road and then look back at those projects and say, what happened to them then? Because then the community has time to be upset that things haven't been built out yet. So anyways, those are just some of the things. If you guys want to kind of talk more along those lines, I'm going to try to get this.
Yeah, I want to share some thoughts on this. What you're seeing in that chart is a narrative pump in not the blow off top market. So what happens after the narrative pumps? Well, then it pulls back. Now in a blow off top, it pumps and then usually it steps back and then it pumps some more. We're not in that market yet. That's what's coming up. I don't know when. It might be 3 months from now. It might be 12 months from now. But that's what I'm being patient for, and that's what I'm waiting for. And so these little pumps in the meantime, like Animal Concerts had a pump there. Do I have a bunch of Animal Concerts? Hell yes. Did I sell at that pump? Well, in hindsight, I would have sold some, but I didn't buy more because it had gone up a bunch. I'd been buying it when it was cheap. And so now that it's cheap again, I can resume buying because that's not the pump I'm waiting for. The pump I'm waiting for looks much, much bigger as the bull run is happening. The bigger bull run when we have new people with new money coming into the market. That's what I'm waiting for. We had a tiny bit of that. There's going to be massive numbers of that coming soon. And when that happens and things pump, then I'm going to start taking profits and exiting because that's a signal that the big waves are going to come in. And then after that, what will happen? Well, it's going to decrease from there. So a big swing to the upside will be followed by a big swing back to the downside. Cool. I understand that. That's the cycles that I'm playing. And within it, narratives will pump at different times. So not everything's going to hit at the same time. Certain things will hit, and then the narrative will roll to something else. The narrative will roll to something else. So to say, oh, not the narrative argument again, well, there's two massive narratives that lead to crypto being so profitable. And one is the 4-year cycle. And if people don't understand the 4-year cycle, it's no wonder 90% of people don't make much money in crypto investing because they don't really even understand the 4-year cycle. The second part of that to understand how to do well in crypto is understanding narratives and what narrative you're in. And then when that narrative pumps, usually the projects inside of that narrative then pump tremendously. Digital collectibles are somewhat associated with the narrative of NFTs, but they don't always pump the same. Digital collectibles might not pump at all when, say, Solana is going crazy and Solana NFTs pump, because that's really a Solana run. We did see even before as ETH NFTs pump, it didn't necessarily mean digital collectibles would pump. They are a different thing, like VeVe's app. So like a lot of NFTs pumped in October, November, December of 2021, VeVe ran up massively January and February of 2022. So not even quite paired with the NFT pump, had its own cycle.
What are your thoughts, FamBam? You've been quiet, and someone called that out. We need to hear more FamBam. Like more cowbell, right? It's like I'm gonna need some more FamBam.
Okay. So when it comes to the narratives, like what's going to happen next, what are y'all wanting to hear?
Yes and yes.
I'm so nervous, guys. Okay.
Oh,
I know.
I love you here. You are
Absolutely
friends,
correct.
my friend. This is just chatting and sharing your thoughts. You know,
I know,
and I value that. I really do want to hear like what you have to say.
Well, when it comes to the narratives and things, like I mean, I totally agree with like what Rain was saying, but I've always said I want to use this for an example. I use this all the time. Okay. When Facebook came out in 2004, people didn't start joining that massively until 2009. It was 5 years there. Most of us, I joined, I think, in 2009. It was still crap. Like, and VeVe to me is not like crap, but Facebook, something that you just used to associate with each other and post up pictures and things, you couldn't even message. There was no messaging. Like if I wanted to talk to Randy, I'd have to go to his wall and say, "Hi, how are you?" And then if Randy wanted to reply back, he'd have to go to my wall and say, "I'm great, how are you?" You know, and there was nothing like, not even comments, like the whole thing, it just wasn't great. But everybody jumped in once it started getting out there. And now it's like way better than it used to be. You know, now you have every company, all big companies, so many companies in the world like that just use Facebook to like, you know, associate with people now, you know, like put their ads on there, everything. So something like that with VeVe, like it's only 3 years old. We've only been in here 3 years, and they're doing a lot more than what all these other Web 2 companies were doing. And they're the first to really get in there and do it like this. So when it comes to just getting more users, the whole getting the narrative out there, it's going to take time, and it's not going to be anything that we're going to see right now. But when the next crypto bull run comes, you know, you are going to see more users that are going to join, just the way we did. Like I was in OMI first. I found OMI, like somebody on Facebook had said, go check out the OMI token. And I did. And that's how I learned about it. And then you're going to have that same stuff happening this time, but it's going to be more massive than when it was when we joined, because I do believe this is going to be a super bull run coming up, and you're going to have I don't know. It's just going to be, it's going to take time for it to be something where it's complete. When I joined, I was told, you know, it was always a 10-year goal. And I know we've had time to scoop things up that were cheaper, that were lower. And so now our profits could probably come to us a little earlier than we expected. But when it comes to that VeVe app, that's still a 10-year goal in my mind. That's not something that is going to just blow up. And then with my brain goes blank.
Well, no, look, like, okay, so you were saying you're nervous, right? And then we get this comment here. Great point. You know, and like I love having different people on because they Randy's always coming up with different movie quotes and things like that.
Yes.
But like it's awesome to have different examples, right? Like I would have never come up with that example.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, I get like, look, I think we're gonna have you on again. But there's definitely no reason to be nervous. But we just
I know. I'm just like,
you're the best.
Goes crazy.
Look at this.
Randy has such an intimidating face. I totally get it.
Yeah.
Intimidates
Yeah.
me too.
He told me, he said if I don't talk correctly, he was going to unfriend me.
Hey guys. So I have the burn address, and like I promised, sincere apologies to NFT Hero, who truly shared the burn address. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of people in this space.
Well, do like a
gotta be
test,
on guard.
and then
So, what's that?
Well, do like a test, and then after that,
No, I'm just going. Look, guys.
Oh, you're going hardcore?
I'm just going for it. I'm gonna share
Going
the screen here real quick. Go to the MetaMask again. Share this bad boy. We got the burn wallet address here, ending in the E78D3. You got 20,000 OMI. Again, like I was trying to burn about $30 worth, but just with ETH, like not knowing what gas fees were going to be, we're going to hit next. Yeah, we'll see what the gas estimated fee is. It's $370, and we're going to confirm this. So 20,000 OMI is getting sent to the burn wallet right here. Maybe.
Yay.
Maybe. Let's see. Confirmed. OMI burn confirmed. There we go. So, and again, like I just want to shout out the community, Gold Dragon Club, Turtle Golf, Mike Squeakcat. Like you guys are just awesome. Thank you for all you guys do, for all the personal time that you put into this. I did buy Gold Dragon there, and yeah, I'm part of it. Like I've got it listed there, and don't do it, keep it. Look, I did it for the culture and a T-Hero, and for the support. So, all right, Randy, it looks like I'm checking here, and look, it's rigged. Everyone, we know it's rigged. Randy won something.
Don't say that. Don't believe you.
It's rigged. So VeVe just tweeted out, big congrats to a random Kawaii All-Stars AR giveaway winners. Check your DM for instructions. So look, Randy, I've seen that you've been participating in these things. I think that's great, right? I forgot to participate while I was traveling, but in that one, and then that I collect, I use VeVe and I collect XYZ. Like I didn't do that either. I was like, I was bummed. That I forgot to do that. So
this reminds me of a conversation that a buddy of mine had with Flavor Flav. Flavor Flav, if anyone, that he used to be a rap star back in the day, he used to wear a giant clock. Like if I were to wear like a giant Ohio State thing with a chain, that's what Flavor Flav used to do with a clock. A giant chain with a clock. Anyway, he had said oh, why wouldn't I want he had somehow for whatever reason qualified for welfare. And he's just yeah, why wouldn't I go and cash in, this $300 check? It's free money. So when VeVe goes and they say hey, we're doing an AR contest, comment down below your favorite picture with Wolverine or your favorite picture with, the super kawaii. That's a Hollaback Girl reference, Gwen Stefani with Hollaback Girl. Anyway, when they have that for Tokidoki, or when they have that with BlackPink, Clarissa just won a BlackPink. Why would you not do that? Why would you not enter for the potential to win something? So it wasn't just me. I wasn't the sole winner. There was Ed Feely, there was VeVe Kiwi, there was Fresh Pinups, Duck and Cover, Hawk and Cameron, and Preda Web 3. Now, I did get a personal DM from them saying congrats on being one of the 8 random winners of our Kawaii All-Star AR contest. Please provide your shipping and address. And I did. Randy Chavez, and I gave him my address. Hopefully they don't leak that. So there's 2 things I kind of want to go over here. Ace Rig Move, who is a buddy of mine, says, hey, VeVe is made for middle-aged people, which
wait.
I don't know if I want to say that I'm middle-aged, because maybe I am. Maybe I only live to 6. I guess I'm 33. I thought I was 32. Anyway, maybe I only live to 66. Maybe I'm middle-aged. That's fine. That's, whatever. But yeah, that's true. But here's the thing, though. If it's made for middle-aged people and Ace Rig Move is correct, well, most middle-aged people, let's say, the average man in America dies at 78. So let's say 39 is the average middle-aged person. So let's say it goes down to, 34 and it goes to 44, that 10, or 35 to 44, that 10-year range difference. Okay, well, when do you make the most money? You don't make the most money when you're 21 or 29. You make the most money in your late 30s to early 40s. And that's when you have that. like what recession? Like I get it. Is VeVe making as much money as they did, 2 or 3 years ago? No, but they're still making millions of dollars. They're still making so much more money than all of these people. Like, and if you look at what they have, ahead of them, I mentioned this, I think, on the podcast on Monday around the Okomiverse, but let's look at Apple from 2004 to 2007. They spent around 3.6 billion on the Apple iPhone, and that was really innovative at the time. And we're talking about innovative stuff. Let's go and crescendo here. We have the Manhattan Project, which they spent 23 billion on the atomic bomb back in the day. They just made a whole ass movie on that. I forget that dude's name. He's in Peaky Blinders, but they just made a big movie that competed with Barbie over that. Then you had Tesla more recently. They had 25 billion in capital burn before at the FCF profitability. Then you have Boeing, which up until recently where they had some issues, but they spent about 32 billion on their 787 Dreamliner program. You had the Google other bets over the last 10 years, which spent 40 billion. Okay, well, all right, that's not what people are spending on the metaverse. Okay, let's talk about something that had spent as equal in amount or more on the metaverse. We had the Apollo program from 1960 to 1973, which spent over $250 billion, about 253 billion, on the space program. Okay, well, what does this have to do with VeVe? Well, you have Meta Labs or Meta Reality Labs that have been spending about 25 billion per year. They've sustained that, but they'll obviously up that in the next couple of years. And by the time 2032 rolls around, they'll have spent $250 billion on the metaverse. What does VeVe have? They're disruptive in so many things. In digital collectibles, they solve that issue, and they have that metaverse narrative. They have that NFT narrative, that high-end super digital collectibles narrative, and they have that metaverse narrative, which is a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity. And who are the people that are going to spend billions of dollars with that? Sure, you have millennials like myself that are scheduled to get the most amount of money in wealth transfer over the next, let's say decade, just because you have a bunch of boomers that are going to just not be around anymore and will inherit a bunch of that money. But you have a bunch of Gen X, which is, the middle-aged people that Ace Rig Move is talking about, that are saying, oh, hey, guess what? This is the next big thing. This is the next multi-trillion-dollar opportunity. I talk often about my friend Greg, who back in like 2012, 2013, he had told me, he says like, hey, he happened to be at his friend's wife's birth. She was birthing like her third or fourth child. And again, this was back in the day in like 2012, where she was posting about her birth on Facebook. The nurse was coming in and she was saying, here's your baby. And the mother of this child, she just gave birth to, she was like, 1 second, I need to finish this post on Facebook before she goes and carries her child. So he goes to his friend, he's like, bro, we need to get in on Facebook. What do you think Gen X is going to do? What do you think the older millennials are going to do when they get the most crazy, insane wealth transfer in the rest of the world? They're going to go and they're going to say, let's invest in this company that is obviously disruptive. They solve a bunch of these issues. They're going to get the lion's share of this multi-trillion-dollar opportunity. I've gone over this before, and please stop me if this is something that you've heard before, but this is something that I really like to go over when you talk about the amount of wallets and the amount of disruption that's going on between metaverses. I mean, you have the Decentraland and Sandbox, which if you look at their monthly active wallets, Decentraland and Sandbox has maybe 1,000 total combined of monthly active wallets. VeVe has between 15 and 17,000 monthly active wallets. And if you talk about monthly NFT trades, Decentraland and Sandbox, which at the peak of their in the bull run was like, I don't know, like what was it, $9 and $10 billion market cap. Currently, they have between like 1,200 and 1,300 NFT trades every month. VeVe has over 100,000 of those. Well, what about the volume that we were talking about before? Decentraland and Sandbox has much less than 1 million. They have maybe like 750,000 in monthly NFT volume, whereas Okomi and VeVe have over $3 million in volume. Discord members by themselves, you have Decentraland and Sandbox that have a total of 18,000, whereas VeVe and Okomi have 13,000. It's a little less than more of them combined, but they have more than some of their parts. And social media activity, obviously, VeVe has a lot more, especially considering the BlackPink stuff. So I forget what we were talking about originally. I went off on an autistic tangent there, but you know, where's the smart money going to? And that smart money is going to VeVe and Akomi. And you know, shit or get off the pot. Like, where are all these sputters going? Yeah, you had a bunch of people that are selling maybe, you know, dozens or maybe 100 or so collectibles, but you have the big super whales that are going in and buying in the hundreds of amount of collectibles. Who do you want to be like? Do you want to be like the people that are unsuccessful and selling and that are maybe liquidated because they over leverage themselves? Or do you want to be like the people that are super hyper successful and are buying hundreds of collectibles and hundreds of millions of OMI every single month? Again, just my opinion, not financial advice.
I'm going to jump in here because then I got to bounce for a little bit. And like I said, so everyone, what's going to happen, like I got to go get my daughter from gymnastics and things. So I'm going to bounce for a little bit, but we're going to keep going because like these discussions are great. So, but unfortunately, they won't be able to share the comments, but they can read the comments out loud, right, and go there. But before I did, look, I like Big A. Like, I mean, he comes on, supports the channel quite a bit, and he's like, why is everyone so certain the NFT cycle is coming late bull? We literally only had one NFT in history. True. NFTs were a fail in 2018 at the time. True. I mean, there was the pump with the crypto kitties. I mean, that's what like broke Ethereum basically for a while there, you know. So I wouldn't say that there was only one pump, but crypto kitties was a pretty big deal there. And I feel like the meme coins, right? Memes this cycle will be the NFTs of last. So memes will take over NFTs for the cycle. And then he also says. Then the comment is, addressing what FamBam had said. If you think it's going to be next bull run or 10 years before stuff takes off, why would you buy now? Lost cost opportunity. I'm going to give my thoughts real quick on those, and then you guys can give your thoughts and then take it away because Randy put a lot of other different topics that we can still cover here. But look, I'm not sure. I'm not positive that there will be there's no guarantees, Big A, in this space. I think the digital collectibles are not going away. That's my assumption, honestly. I think they're here to stay. And you guys gave some examples of that. I just think that that's where this the world is going is digital. So I think digital collectibles are here to stay. And I just do think that things come in narratives. And I think my hypothesis is that gaming, Web3 gaming with NFTs brings in NFTs into the spotlight again. So that's my assumption. That's where I'm coming from on that and why I think it can still hit this bull run there. And then the other reason of if you think it's going to be next bull run or 10 years before stuff takes off, why would you be buying now? Lost cost opportunity. True. My thing is because I'm patient. Like VeVe is a way more longer term plan for me. I just think that it's going to be around in 10 years. And if it is, and if digital collecting happens, does really become mainstream, like I believe it will, then some of these rare things I really do think could hold substantial value. One of the reasons I'm buying now, I think that prices are substantially cheap. But then also, I don't know when that will hit. It could hit well before. And I've been in those things where I've kept my eye on a token or a project. And I'm like, that could pump, but I don't think it's going to pump now, and I'm talking years that I'm like, oh, this has been down for years. I'm like, I need to buy this. And I could have bought for 2 years while the prices were low. And then it shot up. And I'm like, why didn't I just do that then? I thought I had more time. And so for me, it's kind of like a risk mitigation to a certain extent, but you're right. And I think that it's important to address these things and say, there is another side or an argument to this. And I don't say that that's right or wrong. This is just what I believe in. This is what I'm doing. Right. And people can have different hypotheses or a take on it and, do what's best for you in your situation there for sure. So with that, I've got to go. But I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts on that. And then you can take it away with so many other topics. And I am hoping that you guys are still here when I come back.
Okay. I have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, go.
Of course, I'm not super opinionated or anything. What I love about crypto is that we have this 4-year cycle. And it's created this chant for wealth that I've never seen anything like it before. And when I came in 2017, I was excited and hopeful, just like everyone else that was coming in 2017. It was halfway through the bull market. I didn't know about these cycles yet. And I was like, this is so exciting. Crypto, blockchain, this is going to completely change the world. And, you know, I invested about 15,000, went to 180-ish thousand, and then it crashed down to 3,000. And I started learning about cycles and everything. What was weird to me is by 2020, all these people that started with me in 2017 were all washed out. And I was like, why would they wash out? So none of them got to experience the 2021 runs. I did meet some friends during the bear market that thought like me and been stacking up on things that were massively overfunded and massively cheap. And we experienced some massive life-changing gains in 2021. And I thought, why didn't more people get to experience this? And it's because a lot of people don't have the patience and they don't have the golden vision. And that's why 90% of people don't do well with crypto investing. Now, VeVe and digital collectibles is a very specific niche within the crypto community. It's still impacted by the crypto cycle because that's what brings awareness. But this idea of digital collectibles with VeVe, I wouldn't even say that they're the same as NFTs, because the fact that you can use them on your iPad and throw them in augmented reality, haven't you seen one of your friends or maybe you with your own kids that put them on? Your kids go crazy for it. There's something special with what they're doing. And I do think this idea of digital collectibles catches on apart from NFTs. I think in many ways, digital collectibles are superior to physical collectibles. And I think it's going to be its own narrative apart from NFTs. I think NFTs will run again. We're in the part of the cycle where memes and Bitcoin runs. That's cool. That doesn't mean NFTs won't happen again. I think digital collectible is going to have its own narrative, and maybe that corresponds with when NFTs run. But I think as crypto starts to hit mass awareness from people, then people start to find this VeVe app and the digital collectibles within it. Do I know that's going to happen? No, it's a probabilities game. I don't see why that's not going to happen as massive awareness comes into crypto, and that is coming. We're already seeing it. So will that translate into digital collectibles? That part is just a probabilities guess. Why wouldn't it? I don't know why it wouldn't. What they're doing has top brands that most people are interested in. A lot of people have collector sides of them that they want to collect. And so I don't see why a whole bunch of that doesn't wash into VeVe, which is the leader in this. Some of that will wash into flows and NBA Top Shots and NFL All Day and UFC Strike. Cool. That's cool. A bunch of it will wash into Spider-Man and Batman and all these other things. Oh, Back to the Future. Oh, Darth Vader. Oh my gosh. And then that brings new users in the app, and then it goes crazy again. Now, I suspected back in March of 2021 that this idea of Batman on the blockchain would do quite well. And oh my gosh, you can put it in augmented reality on this VeVe app, which is what I was calling it because I couldn't find any YouTube videos on it to see if I was even pronouncing it right. And I happened to be really right on that the first time. Am I right this time? Probabilities say yes, but we'll find out, won't we?
That's right.
Preach. Is Doc gone? I'm on the comments. Yes, it looks like he's gone. So to address Brigade comes, why is everyone certain that NFT cycle is coming this bull? Literally have only one NFT pump in history. NFTs were failed 2018 at the time. NFTs are fairly new. And also I have screenshots of Big A saying that he's really just a troll and tries to stir the pot. So I can't really take most of what he says as fact or as anything that should be addressed with seriousness. But Wes says that he agrees, and people acting like NFTs pumping late this bull run is a guarantee. Well, nothing's a guarantee. You could have the sun come out and just exude a bunch of plasma that it hasn't before, and it hits the earth, and then suddenly we're back in the Stone Age. There's no guarantee of anything. There's percentages and there's probabilities. And what is the probability that NFTs, which are associated with crypto, happen to have a bull run and a pump? Well, is there a guarantee that that happens? No, there's no guarantee that any one of us will wake up tomorrow. But is there a probability that it will have a pump later this bull run? Yes. I would say that probability is like 98 or 99%. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. I've been wrong before, but What are the odds that I'm right? By all means, if anyone wants to go and take that bet, I'll have an extra 6 figures over on the side of dry powder if they want to go and say that. But if they have, if they're not, then that kind of says where their head's at. And it's like, okay, we're just kind of saying stuff just to stir the pot and just to say shit and just to try to act like we're cool on Twitter or X. But for the most part, they most likely think that they're right. On the opposite end of that, I put my money where my mouth is, obviously putting most of what I have in crypto. The fund that I'm kind of half in charge of, a decent amount is going into OMI. There's other stuff that's going elsewhere, but I really, really like what VeVe's doing. They have had a bunch of calls after BlackPink. I mean, they've always had a bunch of calls of trying to list their token and trying to get, their people on their platform. But ever since BlackPink, they've had a ton of people go and call them back. What's going to come out next month, I have no idea, but I'm really, really excited on where we're going. What about you, FamBam? What do you think?
Well, it's definitely opened some more doors having BlackPink for sure. But I did want to say, Big A, I know he said, so if you think it's going to be next bull run or 10 years before stuff takes off, I don't know if that was referring to my Facebook reference, but if it was, that's not really what I was meaning. I just mean that the app itself, like, we're not going to see like these huge improvements, I think, for a while still. I don't think it's going to be like next year. It's going to improve slowly. One day you're going to come back and just be like, whoa, like, I can't believe this. It was at this point, 10 years ago, and now look where we're at, and just like, I always keep in mind of what David said about the VeVe app just being the gift store compared to what they have planned. So they've had some really big things planned then. Like, could you imagine like the app just being a gift store? What are all these other plans? Like, so yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of stuff coming out in the future. And I know we're not going to see it all for quite a while. So we're just going to see the little improvements here and there. I mean, even some people who were in it in 2021, when everything was freezing, we couldn't even get drops. Like if they left and came back now, they would be impressed by what they've seen because, they just saw it when it was not doing well. So, I don't know if that's what he was referring to or not, but
what is interesting is adoption cycles. The time for adoption is shortening tremendously. With the time it took for telephones to go worldwide or electricity to go worldwide, was the adoption curve took forever. Internet, it didn't take very long, and then Facebook shorter, and then cell phones much shorter than landlines. So adoption curves keep shortening. Basketball cards took a while to adopt. Hockey cards took less time. I think this idea of digital collectibles goes from obscurity, nobody knows about it, to the world is collecting it, happens much shorter than all these other cycles happen. Now, I don't know if that total time is like 6 years, 7 years, maybe it's 10 years. But I do think this idea of digital collectibles wins, because I had friends that were physical collectors, and they, he had a 3-bedroom house, and one of the bedrooms was dedicated to holding all his toys. And then when he was out of room in that bedroom, he couldn't buy more toys because he was out of room. And so we don't have to warehouse these anymore. And as social media has become so prevalent, we can more easily show off our collections as these idea of digital collectibles integrate better with our social media. We can then have social flexes to show what we're interested in. I mean, that was the big use case of Bored Ape Yacht Club. That is why Bored Ape went so big, was just the simple use case of being able to socially flex it on your Twitter profile as your, user profile pic. So I think this idea of digital collectibles is going worldwide, and I think VeVe's well positioned for it. So as an investor, I've been picking up tons of OMI while it's cheap. I've come back around and buying more VeVe collectibles. So I bought a whole bunch before they went up massively, and then the price got really expensive. And I completely stopped putting new money into it until they've gotten really cheap the last number of months again. And then I've been putting much more new money into it. I still like OMI better. It's a little bit easier for me to look at OMI and think, I think that's going to outperform within the digital collectibles. I'm buying very certain ones that I think might outperform, plus the things that I like. But overall, I'm still only spending a fraction on the collectibles versus what I'm putting in OMI.
There's a question of, is VeVe losing the marketplace as you know, you had this bear market, and then there's also the question of like, hey, there's other people that are interested in certain things. Some people are on Candy, some people are on Hero. I have a couple of things on Hero. I even have a couple of unopened packs on Hero. I think FamBam, you also have a couple of those as well. What are some of the things that you guys have seen from other platforms that you would like to see implemented over on VeVe, whether it be from Cryptoys, whether it be from Candy or Hero? FamBam, what are your thoughts?
I haven't joined Cryptoys yet. I do have Hero. I have back cows, which are now on Candy. To implement, I know they have the trading over on Hero. They have, but I understand why we can't do that. You know, we had that option and we don't have that anymore. But I do like that. I like the trading. I like the being able to give something away. But I do understand why we can't. But when it comes to the other ones, though, I haven't been in them more recently. I need to get in there again and see if anything's changed or how things are going. But other than that, I mean, back cows. Let me bring that one up. Back cows, I do like they were using those if you have them. Like I got in to see the Flash movie before anybody else. Like we went with a lot of other VeVe fam, and we've got to the front of the line in front of the people that were writing the reviews and things like that. Like we were in front of everybody. We were first in line. And they even came and asked, like, who has back cows? We were all like, us. And they're like, all right, you guys get to go, you know.
Oh, Black Adam. I remember that awesome as well. That was fun.
Yeah, so stuff like that, you know, and they've done other things. I think it was the first New York Comic-Con. I wasn't there at that one, but there was something for if you had a back cow there too, but it was outside, I believe. I don't remember what all happened with that. But, you know, they've gotten some utility with things like that, and it was fun. Great experience.
I remember that in New York, seeing the Black Adam movie like days before anyone else, and that was great. That was a lot of fun. We have something we've talked about, at least private. I think I mentioned it to FamBam as well. Trump going and has like $10 million in assets in his crypto wallet after he had mentioned, everyone, we're taking crypto. We're taking donations. You can give those donations to me so we can make America great again. And he's obviously come out as a friend of crypto. Whether he actually is or not remains to be seen. I think he will be, but that's just my opinion. He might not be. There are other people that say like he's just going to say anything in order to get elected. FamBam, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's like, hey, are you a one-issue voter like a lot of people are? Or are you something saying like, I'm not a one-issue voter, I'm on the fence, but this is kind of teetered me towards one side over the other? Are you indifferent?
Okay. My thoughts are, okay, the government has been not forthcoming with all this crypto information and adopting it like we need to see. So whether or not Trump is being honest, I think he is pro crypto because he did have those NFTs for a little bit and he's seen all the buzz that can happen. So he's like, oh, like, you know, he's using it to his advantage. When he gets there, I don't know if he would be like, hey guys, we just need to really get this crypto going. I don't know if he'd actually do that. But even him just saying this is pushing the government right now to be like, oh crap, no, we want to be the winner. You know, if he gets in the office, we don't want, you know, because that's what they do back and forth. So I think we'll start seeing some movement with the government and crypto up until the election, which is great and hopefully whatever happens next election, hopefully we just make more progress.
What's good about the crypto community getting enough traction is that then both parties have to cater to this community, because it's actually split that there are more Democrats in crypto than Republicans is my understanding, but it's probably pretty close. There's a whole bunch of independents, a lot of libertarians in crypto. But some study this guy was citing, there's actually more Democrats than there are Republicans in crypto. What's interesting is most of the Democrat politicians have been very anti-crypto, and we've seen that, especially the current White House and their appointee, Gary Gensler of the SEC, who was very pro-crypto prior to being appointed to that position. So somebody is directing him to be extremely anti-crypto, which the thought is that it's probably Elizabeth Warren, but truth is we don't know. That's just a guess that it's Elizabeth Warren, because they seem to be coordinating on their anti-crypto army movements. Because Gary Gensler could have a full debate with himself from 2018, and they are on two very opposite sides of the fence, which means he's being told to be so anti-crypto. And that's definitely coming from the Democrat Party. Who is the question? Now you're seeing pressure. Trump came out, said he's going to be very pro-crypto. Okay, probably. I feel like he seemed like he worked really hard to deliver on his promises, more than most any other politician, on what he had promised to do versus what he tried to do. Now, he didn't get all of his party on board with some things and wasn't able to do them all, but I feel like he actually worked really hard to do all the things he said he'd do. Will he be pro-crypto? That he is. I would love to see a pro-crypto U.S. president change around the direction of the U.S. government and their anti-crypto stance, because they're not stopping crypto from happening. They are slowing it down some, but they are pushing this development and great minds within the U.S. everywhere else. It's still going to happen. It's just the U.S. isn't going to get much benefit from it if they continue their current stance. What is happening, though, is the U.S. cannot sustain its current stance because the incumbents will get voted out of their seat. As most people in America are becoming pro-crypto, the current politicians just won't be in power anymore if they don't change their stance and they don't go pro-crypto, and they're realizing that. So that's really exciting, because we have a lot of things in crypto. You know, many people said 2017 would be a super cycle. It wasn't. They said 2021 would be a super cycle. It wasn't. In 2024, 2025, we'll see if it's a super cycle. It does have institutions being able to put money in crypto for the first time, whereas they really weren't able to before. So it could be. And if the politicians in the U.S. get fully on board and pushing the regulators to change direction and lay out clear guidelines, and all of a sudden all these U.S. people aren't shut out from all these exchanges all over the world, and U.S. people can actually participate in early rounds of funding of different ideas, maybe it is going to be a super cycle. And if so, a lot of the existing projects that have stuck around, continued working, will then also have not just a regular pump, but a super cycle pump. That would be amazing. Whether it happens or not, I don't know. I think either way, we're going to have a really good year. If it happens that way, it'll just be a really, really, really good year. When we're talking a really good year in crypto, like for somebody who's gone significant investing in crypto, that is like life-changing gains if they're making smart picks on what they're buying.
Agreed. There's a kind of a lot to go over there. You have the amounts of, let's just say we talk about crypto and we have crypto pay-in, which David had mentioned, and I'll go over in a second. But if you have, let's say ETH is at $1,000 versus ETH at $4,000. Okay, if you bought ETH at $1,000, now you have $4,000. Okay, well, what are you going to do with that found money? A lot of people, when they have found money, like, what do people would say? Oh, what are you going to do if you win the lotto? I'm going to do this. I'm going to buy this. I'm going to buy that. That's what they do. Well, David, you had talked about recently having Bitcoin in and out transactions. Now, I think there's going to be more involved than just Bitcoin. But just what he says, that somebody asked him about having Bitcoin in and out transactions, partnering with a ton of companies that can do that, or having a Bitcoin wallet. And David said he's already working on that. Now, most likely, it's not just going to be Bitcoin. It'll be Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other things. Another thing that it already had said is rewarding OG users, the top 500 accounts, maybe having some one-off secret rares. It said a couple of things about that. Is that having drops of the first 5 minutes be reserved for master and diamond collectors? That's going to be a little bit more tricky. But if we're speaking on just the amounts of Bitcoin users, what happened last time, and at least the most recently from going a bull to a bear market, you had something that was worth maybe, let's say, 1 ETH when 1 ETH was worth maybe $4,000. And then as the bear market kind of took hold, it was the NFT that was worth, maybe instead of 1 ETH, it was worth half of ETH. Okay, well, if 1 ETH is worth $4,000 and now it's suddenly worth half an ETH, it should be worth about $2,000. But that's not what happened. The NFTs that originally were 1 ETH and now are worth half of ETH, they weren't really worth $2,000. Now a lot of them were really worth $1,000 because the price of those had decreased as well. I think you're going to see the opposite of that happen with the next bull market, where it's not just going to be, oh, it's going to be 1 ETH for this particular product, and 1 ETH isn't just worth $2,000. Now it's worth $4,000. And then eventually it'll be worth $8,000. So I think there's going to be a lot of VeVe NFTs are going to ride the wave of what is normally the NFT bull market and the crypto bull market. But again, that's just my opinion. I could be wrong on that. There's a lot of people that are going in and stacking these grails that, let's say, like, I think Graz had purchased 3 Todd McFarlane statues of the Todd McFarlane Batmans, which were worth under 400 at a time. Now they're worth close to 500. You had a couple of people like MetaMars that had purchased partner statues at 1,135, and now they're worth about 1,300, 1,400. You have a lot of people going and doing that arbitrage before OMI to NFT, and OMI to NFT is their biggest thing that they're looking for. I would say that happens in the next month or so. Does it happen in June? I would say probably. If not, no big deal. We'll get it in July or August. When you guys have that found money and you have OMI, whether it's in your app or on your MetaMask, Trust Wallet, whatever, what are you guys going to do with that? Are you guys going to go and say, like, hey, I can now purchase a bunch of these NFTs because I have thousands of dollars in buying power? Or are you going to say, I'll let everybody else go and purchase that, wait for the arbitrage to happen, and then sell your OMI when it's, multiple cents?
I'm not going to be using my OMI to buy a ton of collectibles, but I know a lot of people will be. And it'll be interesting if they do crypto pay-in again. That will be essential for people easily being able to bring money in so that the vault values and collectible values can go through the roof, right? Because like you're talking about newfound money, people who are in the crypto space that have been investing, when their portfolios go way, way up, in order for it to cascade really well into VeVe collectibles, they have to be able to move in money easily. Now, last time we still had a cascade up, even though it was difficult to move money in. You would have to cash money out to your bank account and then take money from your bank account and get it into VeVe through your card or your bank account. And I think we had a 600 gem per purchase limit back then, right? So it was really hard for people to put in the money to buy a lot of collectibles, and still some of the values went really, really high. I'd love to see some kind of crypto pay-in again, that people can move ETH or Bitcoin or other things, move that value over into then being able to buy VeVe collectibles. That will help that cascade be much stronger this time.
Do you guys think if they allow other cryptos, but then they will only allow purchasing with OMI or cash, the gems, but
OMI or gems?
Yeah. So if they allowed ETH to come in, but you can't really do anything with it, you'd have to flip it into OMI. Do you think that would be a better idea, or do you think they should allow them to purchase?
They'll probably make it so you can convert your ETH into gems.
Yeah.
Or possibly you could then in other places convert ETH to OMI and then use your OMI to buy. So it seems like the way they're going, you'll be either able to buy an OMI or say gems.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it doesn't play out that way, but that's my understanding of how it's going to play out.
Yeah, because I had that when they were testing the crypto pay-in, but I didn't get to use it yet. It wasn't there very long.
I used that a bunch. I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was able to do it, and I moved in a whole bunch until it, stopped me. I'm like, dang, it made it so much easier to move funds into the VeVe app.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay.
There's a bunch of other things to go over. So if you guys were running VeVe and you guys were running the whether it's the marketing budget or it's a licensor budget, whatever it is, what type of things would you do to get more users in? Would you go and you have your own booth at San Diego and New York Comic-Con so that this way you don't have to abide by the rules and laws of Marvel? Would you go and spend some of that money and make it so that, hey, we can do our own VeVeCon? Would you go and you spend it on users from Web3? What are some things that you could be creative with?
I think VeVeCon would be something that all of us fans would just go to at first. That it wouldn't be, nobody's really gonna. I don't think that would be a something that would bring more users in.
Mm-hmm.
But, gosh, I don't know. That's hard.
I think an easy way they could go without spending a ton of money is they could make some VeVe OG lights with a new logo and put OG on there and send them to all the YouTubers that are still around covering it. And that would get some excitement. And one of the things they did right is somehow, versus a whole lot of other projects, they got a bunch of people to come in and start YouTube channels talking almost exclusively about VeVe. Reward that, because that's helpful to tie the community together, right? So reward that, incentivize that. They didn't ever send me one, probably because I talk about VeVe just a fraction of what I talk about. Generally, I'm talking about crypto investing. I'm talking about the market cycles, what other projects I like. And that's cool. But there are a lot of people that are dedicated channels, and why reward that again? It would cost them, a couple $1,000s. They could make a bunch of those, ship them out to a bunch of people again. I think that would just be an easy spend. Where would they spend this other budget? I don't know. I think they're doing really good things in that they continue to get top intellectual property that's laying a foundation. So when the cascades of people come into crypto and then they're looking for, well, what hasn't pumped yet, that they come over and they see all this top intellectual property and they'll be like, oh, this VeVe app and these things haven't pumped yet. Holy cow. Let me just move in my 500,000 I made on Solana or whatever into this. And then they just buy out the floor on everything. And then people see green candles happening all over the place inside the VeVe app. And what does that do? That brings more people in, cascading their money in. Then prices go absolutely crazy. And then people like me sell and cash out and buy some beach houses.
Heck yeah.
There's people in the Pokemon industry, people go in and they go to Worlds, and Worlds every year is, whether it's in New York, it's London, it's San Diego, it's Japan and Tokyo, wherever it is. And they go and they have to win a certain amount of local battles in order to get the invite. And the invite to go to Worlds is you have the best of the best people that are battling with Pokemon cards. And they do it with cards. They do it with, the Nintendo DS. They do it with all that stuff. And then they say, okay, you finished in X amount of place in order to go in and you're in the top 32, the semifinalists, quarterfinalists, whatever it is. And then they give them a specific card that's handed out at a specific place at a specific time after completing a specific task. I think that right now they're currently, they have to go and say hey, I'm in Marvel's booth, and we share that booth at New York and San Diego Comic-Con. Now, obviously this year they're going to go to Designer Con, and I don't know if they're going to be there independently or they're going to go there just as hey, we're going to be there unofficially. But I think that if they go say, hey, out of the top, and it doesn't have to be 500 wallets, the top 200 wallets, you have the gold and silver logos, you have the OMI Secret Rare logos, and you have maybe the top 100 or 200 wallets that meet us at these cons. You'll get a card, and it has a QR code on it, or it has a redemption code on it, and you can go and redeem that for a collectible. I think that's one of those things. Obviously, you already have that with the VeVe Secret Rare logo. They might be able to do that for the OMI Secret Rare logo. They might be able to do that for the top 200 wallets. Pokemon has that if you win a certain amount of battles, if you win a certain amount of place in a certain tournament. I think VeVe could do that as well. Is that something that is okay, that's a lot to do for a couple of things that are, one of 200? Or do you think that that's worth it and people would do that for the for the rarity and the scarcity of it.
Some people would. Rewarding your top collectors is a really good idea when you're a collecting app, right? Because what it does is it creates a battle between those with serious money to become your top collectors, and it drives up prices across the board. So, what's interesting is when you hang out with people that have net worths of $50 million plus, especially in the hundreds of millions of dollars, they just think differently because like they can buy everything they want. And so one of the things they want that they sometimes have a hard time buying is differing levels of status. So depending on what their passion is. So some people in that realm, they're buying 50 different cars. Like Jay Leno has hundreds and hundreds of cars. And what he's really buying that there is status within the car community and status within what he's passionate about. Well, a lot of people that are very rich have an inner nerdy side to them that they're passionate about collectible things like Disney and Marvel and these different things. And so some of those are Saudi princes and other people with massive amounts of money. And they then start to battle out for, hey, yeah, I'm one of the top 200 wallets. And look, I got this. And then they can socially flex their secret rare, whatever they got. So I think they should encourage that. And it wouldn't cost them very much to do that. Would I ever be in that? No, I'm not going to battle it out with guys worth $7 billion to be in the top 200 wallets. That's cool. No, I'm just trying to get to $1 billion myself. And if I had $1 billion, I wouldn't be, I don't know, it doesn't matter to me. Being in the top 200 wallets would be nice. That's not something I'm going to spend a fortune to do. Later I'll have other passions I have way before I get to that. Someday I'm worth like 200 billion. Yeah, maybe. But other people, they will be, right? They're bored and they want something to do and socially flex about. Cool. I understand that. And VeVe could tap into that. So I like Seasick Vikings comment here. OMI VeVe, projects that have FUD campaigns against them are actually misplaced passion. You summarize this really well. Last cycle, the hate for ADA was strong. This bear was the same for Solana after FTX. This energy morphs into a rocket ship. You're right. It does. It does. And a lot of people don't get that. And they're just still, just burnt out. They're frustrated. They're also watching as meme coins run and Bitcoin's running. And they're just frustrated. It's not happening for this. And this is why capitulation often happens. So they get FOMO because other things have run. Like Solana's run up, like 30x from the bottom. And so they sit there and watch that. And then they sell what's low to chase into that because they want to be where they feel the action is happening. I tend to sell what's high and roll into what I think still has a potential to run later, but is still really cheap. And that's how I trade that. Mo Collections asked, did you sell a bunch in the VeVe NFT bull run? Now, if you remember, there wasn't cash out back then, but I did sell a bunch. I sold 2 Todd McFarlane's. I think I got 7,000 gems for one, 11,000 for another, which they went to 16,000. So I definitely missed the top there. But I did sell some of my Marvel #1s for 500, 600, and 700 gems a piece and some other things. The problem is I had those gems sitting in there in the app, and as things started to go on massive sales and I couldn't cash it out, I just spent it on things that have now declined in value from what I paid for them. But I got what I felt like were great deals at the time, and now they're way down from there too because everything kind of collapsed in price over the bear market. So we'll see. Yeah, if I had held on to those gems in there like another 6 months, they then had VeVe cash out. I could have cashed it out. Oh, well. I did talk to my friend D Money. I was like, look, if I were completely emotionally unattached to VeVe, and this is part of the strength of VeVe, is the fact that I'm as analytical as I am, and still I'm emotionally attached enough that I can't make the completely unemotional decision that unemotionally I should sell everything right now. And that was January of 2022. And had I done that, my vault value was at a really good number. And then I would have just had to sit on the gems for another 6 or 8 months before OMI where you could then do the cash out later. Yeah.
There's a couple things I want to go over. One of which is there's a couple things that make people go tropey and crazy. Like for me, if they go in and say like, "Hey, we announced Pokemon," like David UST is an IP that's bigger than BlackPink, and that really narrows the field. That narrows it down to like, there's only so many licenses that are bigger than BlackPink. Now, for me, that would Pokemon. Now, for me, that would be something like Nintendo. But what are you guys like super passionate about? Like for me, I'm also someone that is, I wouldn't say like gullible, but like, you know how like sometimes like women when they hold babies they get like baby fever. Like I get certain things like, oh my god, you're playing this video game, I need to get this video game. Or like I'll be watching like Gold Rush over like Netflix, and I'll be like, okay, I need to go like get these like gold panning like instruments and like go to the most recent creek in Ohio, and I just need to go and get this gold. What type of license would VeVe go and get that you guys would be like, okay, I need it. I don't care what society says. I don't care what the people say. I need this particular license. I need these particular collectibles.
Quentin Tarantino.
Nice.
That would be mine.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Oh yeah, Rainey and I were having a whole conversation how my bucket list is I would love to be killed off in a movie. Like a Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, we were talking about that last week.
Like if I won the lottery, I would go to Quentin Tarantino, his people, whatever, and be like, I will pay him to kill me off in a movie. That's my number one dream. It's not going to happen. I know. But,
no, that totally is doable. They will accept that kind of money to put you in the movie as they're trying to raise funds for a movie.
Yeah, but he's only working on his last one right now.
Yeah.
So he says now.
I hope it's not.
Yeah, I mean, Liam Neeson had his last movie, and then they told him, like, we'll give you $20 million to do The Gray. He's like, I'm back. I'm unretired, you know? So
well, he said he's not going to stop. He said he wants to do more, like, plays and things like that. But he's always said he's only going to do 10, and we'll see. But, yeah, Quentin Tarantino. Give me some Quentin Tarantino NFTs. I'm there.
Dude, there's these like people that say like I forget the name of the show. I think it was on like Nickelodeon or something back in the day where this mom, she's going to her son and be like, oh, I guess you can be bought. I guess, you know, if someone gives you an amount of money, you'll do whatever they say, right? And he's like, no, I can't be bought, but I can be like rented. I could be, you know, I do this. And now, like, you won't be able to get me to sacrifice like my core principles. But if you get me to do like, if you want me to do certain things and it doesn't hurt anyone, let me do that. I'll buy some OMI with that. I'll buy Definity. I'll buy Devi. I'll buy all of these things. Mm-hmm. Is there anything that gets you to go and say like, so how do we go and we get, I think VeVe, and I'll be called a moon boy for this, but I think VeVe can be like $1 trillion company in the next 10 years. Now, obviously they have like 100 employees right now. They're nowhere near that right now. Maybe they're worth $1 billion. But what happens when they have 1,000 or thousands of employees and they're worth $1 trillion? How do we keep them from becoming like a mega corporation that just like crushes unions and shits on their employees and like you can't make more than minimum wage? How do we prevent them from doing that? Because we know VeVe is going to be hyper successful.
Well, first of all, they're currently privately owned, privately run businesses are always run, not always, they're almost always run better than corporations because the idea of corporation kind of distributes like ownership of the company in a weird way. There's some benefits for corporations owning. It allows you and me and other people to invest and do well as the corporation does well because it's now like publicly available and publicly listed. But a CEO of a public corporation usually doesn't run it with the long-term thinking that a private co-founder does. Private co-founders tend to run it with long-term thinking because they're only thinking about long-term value. And when the value of the actual asset itself decreases long-term, well, then number one, that hurts their vision for what they're trying to create. Number two, it hurts their pocketbook very directly. Whereas CEOs might hurt the company and pay no direct penalty for doing that. Or they might do things that lead to short-term increases, but long-term disaster because they don't know they're going to be around for a year or two, and that boosts the stock price, and then they're able to cash out all their options and make billions of dollars, and then the company crumbles 3 years later. So they don't have that problem because they're not public right now. Now, at some point, maybe they do go public, and then it's about good leaders and good stuff. So for now, it's solidly in David Yu's hands. And David's, I think he tries to be pretty fair with people. So him crushing unions and other things, I don't see David doing that. Now, 20 years from now, it goes public, and then it gets owned by other people. Who knows? Who knows?
Agreed.
Oh, you FamBam, how do we make sure? Do we get set up an HR department? Who do you want to work for them? We've both tried to. Well, maybe not officially. We never went and messaged David ourselves. We just kind of posted on Twitter, "Hey, we'll be the co-community managers. We'll split the salary." I feel like that scene in Loki where he says "You must be truly desperate to come to me for help," and we tried our best to. Now, obviously, went to Aaron. I went to My Collectibles. How do we go and we make sure that VeVe goes and stays responsible? Do we force David to be CEO forever?
Yes.
You force him.
See, yes. We're going to stand there. You're not going anywhere. Like Weekend at Bernie's. But anyways, honestly, right now, I think they're doing such a smart move by hiring people in the community who are really great for the job. They've just all the stuff. Oh, what's his name? Is it Corey in the YouTube?
Yeah, he's great.
My Collectibles. You've got Foster. All these people have been great. And I think if they keep that stuff, that core, those people that are going to make sure to reinforce, if they're going to need another team member with the social media, I think My Collectibles is going to be the same way, where he wants to keep that core community, the same people with the same passion. And I think it can move on that way, but they've got to it's got to be the head honcho. So one day, David won't be there anymore. When that day comes, I'm hoping they have somebody really great lined up that takes those spots. Dan won't be there anymore one day too, but also at that
don't say that.
We probably won't be here anymore either. So.
You don't say that.
Yeah, I would see David being with the company for 20 years plus, right?
Yes.
So I think for the foreseeable future, I think Dan, 10 years from now, Dan's a multi-billionaire. Dan's like, you know what? I'm buying my island and I'm going to go enjoy it.
Absolutely.
David's like, I know I could buy all this stuff, but I just love this. And David will still be closing IP deals. And yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We want to hold on to what we can for so long, but there will be days when things are going to change.
Agreed. So there's a bunch of questions as far as, I wouldn't say nepotism, but there's a bunch of people that say they keep taking the best content creators away from us. They took Old Rhubarb, they took My Collectibles, they took Foster. Who do you think is next? And do you think this is a bane, a bad move for them for taking some of the most positive people in the space? And now, instead of people saying, okay, they're objective, they don't work for the company, but now they do work for the company. Do you think it's something that, hey, they're picking the best of the best and this is good? Or do you think that hey, they're picking the people that have the most positive following, getting them to work for the company, and now there's no objective people left? Or do you think it's somewhere in between and it's a negligible thing?
I think Magic's next. Magic is next.
Yeah.
But I think they're picking the best of the best. I don't think they're going by, hey, this person has, is positive and whatever. I think they're picking people who know what they're doing, and they've shown that. So
I think both of them are very kind of, I guess they come across with solid integrity, at least to me, and just solid people. So they were great picks for that, and I like it. I'm not politically correct enough. They would have never made the offer to me. I wouldn't have been able to accept it even if they did. It just wouldn't have been the right fit. But the ones that they did pick were as I heard that, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. They're both solid. They're not going to say something that would then get VeVe in trouble. I totally would say something that would then get VeVe in trouble because I'm not very politically correct. I don't care about saying what is politically correct. I say what I feel is true. So I would get them in trouble and they'd lose a Disney deal or whatever, right? Like I probably wouldn't, but I might, if I saw something that I thought was massively unfair, I would totally speak about it and get in trouble.
So that puts us in a really interesting position because we don't work for the company. So David, I talked to David it was almost 2 years ago now, where I was like, hey, listen, if you don't want me for the ambassador program because I get drunk on stream like I am right now, or I take Lucy on stream, or I do whatever, it's fine. I won't be offended. And he said, no, you're fine. Do whatever you want. I was like, okay, cool. Is that so? We're in a unique position where we can relatively say whatever we want. But I remember I talked to Al when I was on the podcast, and I asked him hey, we have this. Obviously, you've had Winnie the Pooh come out, or Winnie the Pooh is now in the what's it called? The open thing where anyone can use them. And that's why you had Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. As well, in the next couple of years, you have Steamboat Willie, which is going to get into that open thing the same as Winnie the Pooh. What's to stop VeVe from funding a movie to go and talk about that with VeVe in it? And Al says okay, well, you don't want to bite the hand that feeds you. And I was like, okay, that's a good point. But we're in that position where we can go and we can say relative whatever we want because we don't work for the company. We don't work for Disney. We don't work for any of those people. Is what we say, can we say whatever we want? Or do we have to fear that if we go a little too far, let's say talking about Disney suing a preschool for showing, The Lion King. And because we talked about that, maybe we won't be able to go into the ambassador program because Disney put their foot down. Do you think that's a worry, or do you think that's Chavez? Do you think really Disney's listening to us? You're probably thinking too highly of yourself.
We had Legal Dave listening to us that one time.
We did.
You might have people that haters that would then turn you into Disney, and then they would share that clip and they'd say, yeah, you can't have this person the VeVe ambassador. And that's a risk, right? So it's not important to me whether I make VeVe's ambassador program or not. Cool if that works out, and cool if not, because it's just we don't even know if that comes together. And if it does, I'm not going to change what I'm going to say because I'm in it. If that leads to me getting kicked out 2 weeks later or 2 days later or 2 hours later, that's fine. That's cool. Yeah. I'm fine. I make my money through my own investment. So cool.
I'm glad we have that lame duck thing where it's the president, lame duck president's well, I don't have to worry about re-election. And talk about whatever you want.
Oh yeah, I lost the ambassador program. That affects my income nothing comparatively. Cool.
Yeah. But then you have people like O'Malley who runs the spaces all the time, and he's freaking amazing. And he says whatever he wants. He doesn't look back.
So that's the other thing. We have these. Oh my god. So we have people that are openly racist and openly they joke about things that maybe shouldn't be joked about, and VeVe blocks them, which is great. Where is that line drawn? Because you have people like me that are and Rain that it's okay, we've served this country for me specifically for the First Amendment right, not just being able to talk about the weather, but be able to talk about controversial things. And maybe there's things that you should joke about. There's things that unfortunately they're funny, versus hey, we live in this climate now where people are people can get canceled. You can basically go in, and if somebody says the wrong thing of a multi-billion-dollar company, they could lose billions or multiple billions of dollars because they said the wrong thing. Bud Light, Hold My Beer, they go in and they have a trans person as a spokesperson, whether that's right or not, I'll leave that to the people, but they lost billions of dollars because of that. There's multiple companies that do that. Where should
and it was specific to the statements that they were then making, right? Their statements were crapping on their own user base, and their user base insult your own your own Bud Light users, right? Great idea. Who thought of that? And what? It pissed off your people? That was just dumb moves, right? It was hating their own audience. So free speech versus smart speech, right? So there are lots of cancellations, and I don't like this cancel culture. It's super toxic. Sometimes it implodes itself. They run out of people to cancel, so then they start canceling each other. And it loses its impact and effectiveness over a while. I think it's burned through a lot of its effectiveness, and now people see it as a massive overreach.
Yeah.
Still, like, sometimes people show who they are, and who they are is not a good person. And so there's free speech, and then there's like just saying things that most of society were like, oh, I didn't realize that person was like that. I don't want to listen to them anymore. Mm-hmm. And so they're free to say things that make them look like an idiot. And if they look like an idiot, sometimes that will hurt their image, because it should. Yeah. So I don't know, like, we've seen some celebrities say some things and you're just like, ooh, wow. Oh, I didn't know that about you. And then it hurt their careers. Well, that's because they showed they were stupid, and people prior didn't realize they were stupid.
Yeah.
Torches and pitchforks. There's a lot of that. I think it's burning out its effectiveness. Companies are in a hard spot because, too, there's advocacy groups that just sit there and look and target certain people. As soon as you say the wrong thing, they like send all these clips. They get like 50,000 bots to send emails to the company, making it seem like there's this uprising against it, and it gets like advertisements canceled and stuff. At least for the most part, companies are starting to wise up that that's what's happening. And so they're often not mis-canceling people. It seemed like for 5 years they were mis-canceling people because that little scam was being pulled on them. Now it's happening less because people realize that that's like essentially a bot. There's 3 people behind that, and they've got this bot to send 50,000 different emails and make it seem like 50,000 people are pissed off enough to be writing emails about this issue.
Yeah.
FamBam, what are your thoughts on where VeVe should draw the line, or if they should draw the line and let people do that for themselves?
Talking about like with the blocking?
Yeah, with blocking, with going and saying like, hey, this, that type of stuff. I mean, there's
definitely a line. But I know they travel in packs. They travel in packs, and they love to bounce things off of each other, and they like to gang up on others at times, not all the time. But so when somebody is showing you who they are consistently over and over and over.
Are you talking about the anti-VeVe army?
Yeah, like I don't even care. Like I've seen some people that I've been following, and they've been getting blocked and things. But at the same time, I'm also seeing them all over the place, just being just ugly to other people, and just, I mean, I did my post today, and I don't even care. Like, do with it what you want, think of it what you want. But I had somebody on there that one guy calling me some names and things, trying to get under my skin. He didn't get under my skin at all. But at the same time, like, now you see why you're blocked. Like, that's why. Like, and there is a line. But
it is nice that it's currently like in David's hands, right? And a lot of this is a leadership call. Once it goes to a corporation, it's hard, and HR making some of these decisions, because then somebody like David can look at it and take in some context and say, oh, was that over the line, or is that just like somebody voicing their opinions? And so they can make a call that just kind of makes sense. Cool. And maybe he'll make a lot of good calls on that. Maybe he won't. Maybe that'll get delegated to someone else like Reese or somebody else in the team. I do like the culture of the VeVe team. So I do trust that I, at least to present, I feel like they try to make fair calls. So should, somebody join the ambassador program, then say something that maybe they point out something VeVe did totally wrong and messed up on. I sure hope they have the leeway to do that. Otherwise, I'm not even interested in like something like the ambassador program. I'm definitely not going to curb what I legitimately think about things because of any kind of program they put with like referral rewards or links. I don't care. I'd rather not be part of that. If they then tie it and be like, you can't criticize us for bad moves. Yeah, I will. So when they're moves that are just like normal, right? Like people are like, oh, all these delays and what? A software company, one that's doing this stuff and it's like very software based with delays. That's par for the course. Oh, they overpromised and undelivered. Yeah, they did do that. And part of it was like they were trying really hard to be transparent, and they were doing a lot of AMAs, and they were saying how they wanted things to go. And then like hiccups happened and people on the team got sick, or all of a sudden had to quit because of a family emergency, or had to take a month off and stuff. And so it delayed things. And then it looked like they were lying. They weren't lying. This stuff happens all the time. But a lot of people who are like new in business or just had a job, but they've never run businesses or seen the hiccups that happen, they don't know how common that is. So to them, they feel like, oh, they overpromised and underdelivered. And yes, they did do that. And that's very common. And it came because of goodness of the founders trying to be as transparent as they could. They were also transparent to some degree as to what the delays were. Then they just stopped making any promises for a while, and stop talking about what the delays were, because they're trying to find, I think, the right balance there. So they probably were too transparent and then overcorrected to under transparent. And now somewhere in between, now that they have some community managers who do a good job getting some things out that they can and kind of addressing some things. So they're just going through business growth life cycles. And I feel like they're doing a decent job. But if they're doing a terrible job, I did start to really get concerned a year and a half ago, when I was like, everything was delayed and so far beyond delays. And I was like, there is a real problem with their project development life cycle and like getting these errors fixed. And if they're not putting massive efforts in correcting their dev team and their dev process, like they're going to lose me. And wouldn't you know, they had already been working on that for months. I wasn't aware of it. But then all of a sudden you started to see things get actually fixed, and you started to see it coming off there. And they had already been working to address that, because they had already identified that as being a big problem. And we're already working on the fixes. And then like now things get out in a pretty good timeline. But that was a real legitimate concern I had about a year and a half to 2 years ago with them. And they fixed it.
Yeah. I agree. I was thinking the same thing about how they, in the beginning, they were letting us know the things that they wanted to do. And it's not that they stopped wanting that or that they were lying in the beginning. It's that it just couldn't happen. Like things change. And when we had, all the uncertainty with crypto right now and things, like it changes. And that's basically what happened. And we still don't know if certain things that people are saying aren't here yet. We still don't know if those are not coming or if they are coming. And every time they do release something big, usually there's more to it than what they had even originally told us. So that's why I say I'm fine with waiting. I'm looking long term.
Yeah, they're doing a good job under promising and over delivering now, generally, right?
Yeah.
Did BlackPink, did they over deliver there? Well, I don't know. They didn't state what it would be and how much would sell, but they did put out a price that got underwhelmed for what the VeVe community could do. And there wasn't a massive onboarding of new users. So there was some onboarding of some new users. I'm sure we would have all loved to see it go better, but that's just, sometimes you got to let the market tell you where it's at by putting it out on the market and seeing what happens. Like I did real estate for a long time, and I would spend a lot of time helping the sellers prepare the property to go on the market. And I had my best guess at what the market price was. But you didn't really know till it went on the market, and then feedback, like how many showings I got that first week, would tell me everything. So then I would listen to that feedback, and then we'd make adjustments accordingly if needed. Mm-hmm. So they came out, and what did the market say? Gosh, there's not a market to buy up tons of, if the goal was to sell them immediately, and we're assuming that that was their goal, but that might not have been their goal at all, to sell all these collectibles immediately. Well, now there's a bunch sitting on the store. Maybe in their eyes, that's a good thing. My eyes as a collector, I'm like, I guess it's not a bad thing. I'll just wait and let the price come down on those. And some people will probably dump them into my hands in 2 months for maybe a fourth of what the cost is now. Cool. For me, that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. Some people will feel burned by that. Okay, cool. What will they be worth? The bigger question for me is, what are they going to be worth a year from now when the crypto bull run is happening? And at some point we get that digital collectible wave. probably a lot higher than they're at now.
Yeah.
There's something that I want to, and this is, well, first off, hi, Sleepin. Sleepin says, hey, all, what's going on?
Hey,
Love you. I love you. Yeah, he's bae. So obviously the people that are here, obviously us three, and then some of the people that are watching us, most likely have that idea of, hey, a lot of other companies that are at least surviving right now, whether it's Hero, whether it's Candy, whether it's Palm, whatever it is, they're at least surviving, and they're making a ton, like a fraction of what VeVe's making. So it's like, okay, well, if they're surviving, obviously VeVe's surviving and VeVe's thriving. But what do you do with the people that, not just the fudders that are just trying to make a name for themselves, that are trying to get attention because they're like the fat X's that are at the end of the bar that are trying to get attention, and some attention, whether even if it's negative, is better than no attention at all.
Yeah.
What do you do with the fudders and the people that actually believe that VeVe, despite all of their revenues, despite all of the hyper success that they have, they actually believe that they're dead? Now, me and Rain know that if you want to be in the United States military, you have to have an IQ of about 83 or above, because the military has determined that any IQ below that, any job that you go and do is going to be absolutely counterproductive, and they're not going to take you. And the military wants to have as many qualified people, as many qualified positions as possible. So what does VeVe do about the fudders that are actually super low IQ, that are actually dumb? Do they go and they change? Do they go and they say, like, hey, we're going to change our efforts, and we're going to change our ambassador program, and we're going to change our marketing techniques and our marketing campaign for this? Or did they go and they say, like, hey, we're up here, and you guys are going to either go the way of your ancestors and just be super unsuccessful, or we're going to bring you up, and we're going to force you and to elevate yourselves to be amongst the people that are going to succeed? What does VeVe do? Do they go and they make their ambassador program someone that people have to, again, elevate themselves? Or do they go and they have their ambassador program say, like, hey, you have to dumb yourselves down for the masses that are here, that are actually believe that we're going to fail?
IQ test solves it all. I'm just kidding. In order to be an ambassador, you must take an IQ test. A lot of the people that have washed out from VeVe and turned totally negative, I wouldn't necessarily say they have low IQs, maybe a low EQ. It's just a lack of patience. And investing is the exchange of money from the impatient to the patient. And crypto is no different. In crypto, you just don't even have to be patient all that long. And so a lot of people wash out in the bear markets, and that pattern has happened since 2013's bull run. And then a lot of people washed out in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017 had another bull run. A lot of people then washed out in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021 had a bull run. And guess what? 2022, 2023, 2024, a lot of people washing out again. And they think that they're making novel arguments about the project that they're flooding. Oh my gosh, this project is dead and blah, blah, blah. And they made this mistake and they made this mistake. And they're not novel at all. There's just like a different project being flooded. But VeVe's not going, like, they're not dead. They're not even close to dead. They're not dying. They're actually thriving quite well. It's just a crypto bear market and going into the bull market. But the big blow off top hasn't happened. The narrative, the digital collectible narrative has not happened this run yet. That's cool. It most likely is still coming. And I'm just patiently waiting for that. These people that have turned all negative, like, should VeVe try to include them in the ambassador program? I don't see why they should. I mean, like, when I hold meetings for a team, one of the things I don't do is I don't start late, which rewards kind of the people that come late and punishes those that come early. Don't reward like the squeaky wheel. You reward the people that are doing like the right thing. So rewarding the people that have turned all negative, I don't say you go out of your way to bring them to the table. You just go on making the table great. If they then later want to come back and be like, oh, my bad, cool, that's on them. But don't spend any time trying to focus on them. Spend the time focusing on the people that are doing a good job, like, people that are regular doing Twitter spaces and other things. Like, give them time and attention, do things with them. New YouTubers who come in, who start making a VeVe channel, cool, do things with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me add that even when it comes to those who are not negative all the time, all the others, I don't know of one person who has never had any criticism. I know we all get that we're just the Moon Boys and we only sing their praises. And I've heard everyone say when they felt like VeVe did something wrong or something that needs to be improved on, like everybody. So even when it comes to that, like, I don't think they're expecting the ambassador program to have people that just don't say anything bad about them. I think they're expecting to hear that criticism that I have heard. I've heard it from Randy. I don't know if I've heard it from you, Crypto Rain, but I'm sure you have. Everybody has. I mean, even my collectibles, he says it in the spaces sometimes where, he feels like he's upset about things. And look, they hired him on as a community manager. So I think we're good.
Yeah, we had a good question from Evolved. Are all bears a 3-year cycle? Yeah, the bear market tends to last 2.5 to 3 years. And so it seems like the cycles aren't quite 4 years, and it has to do with when the Bitcoin halving is. Mm-hmm. And it seemed like from when the Bitcoin halving was, which doesn't happen every 4 years, it happens under every 4 years, that then the bull run, the blow off top of the bull run, was then happening a little bit later from after that than before, and we called that lengthening cycles. And then 2021 happened, which was interesting. We had this weird like March run, and then we had an October run, and so it's hard to say. Overall, the bull market from top to top is under 4 years. And so how long will this be? Well, some things are already up, like Solana is up 30x from its lows. Some meme coins are up. And I think some meme coins will go from here to the top, maybe even up some more. But a lot of the other things haven't run yet. And we haven't had like a blow off top. Like Solana's been one of the ones with the biggest gains with a 30x, which is substantial. But in the full-on bull market, you usually see several projects do hundreds of X's and a few projects do thousands of X's, and that hasn't happened yet. That's still most likely coming. And so clearly OMI hasn't, it's been in this accumulation period for a long time, and it's setting up for a massive run. And just like always happens at the bottom, a lot of people have capitulated. They give up at the bottom, and that happens with every bear market. And they make all these, statements about why VeVe has failed and OMI and why they lost faith, and it's all OMI and VeVe's fault and blah, blah, blah. That's what happens every bear market. And then it takes off and runs completely without those people who held on for 2.5 years, but couldn't stay through to the finish line. And that's all right. You just let them get left behind. You make your own decisions for you. So we'll see. A lot of people say, Rain, what if you're wrong? You're right. I was making these arguments in 2020. Turned out I was very, very right. I had seen these cycles. I had been studying cycles in real estate investment for like 18 years before even finding crypto. And it was my thesis that this 4-year cycle would continue. And so in 2019, 2020, I was buying massively in hopes that I was right on that. 2021 turned out, boy, I was really right. And that all those investments I made in 2019, 2020 did amazingly well. It's my thesis again that, it swung way, way up and it swung way, way down, that way, way up is coming again. There's a chance that I'm wrong on that. I'd say the chance is about 2%. And those are the bets I'm taking personally, right? I put in everything into crypto. If crypto doesn't happen, you probably find me working at McDonald's. Is it going to happen? Yes. Because this technology does innovate tremendously. Mm-hmm. Blockchain and crypto brings cost improvements, transparency improvements. I think digital collectibles are superior to physical collectibles. All this is still coming, and it's just about being patient. Now, a lot of people, they're new to investing. They don't know anything about investing cycles. It's not surprising they get washed out. And a lot of them might even have really high IQs. They just don't know about investment cycles. They don't know about technology adoption cycles, and they haven't spent the time learning that. and they might not even know about business development life cycles and new businesses and percent failures of new businesses and what a business that's actually surviving looks like versus one that actually is dying. So they're just new to this whole thing, but they have a voice and they're very loud with it. And they argue emotionally about why VeVe will never survive from here because XYZ drop didn't do very well. And they just don't know what they're talking about.
Preach. So one of the things that I think has gone undiscussed, I think I might have talked about it once, is Dentsu QLD, where they had posted on their LinkedIn maybe like a week or so ago, a huge moment for our client VeVe, who partnered with YG Entertainment and has revealed a BlackPink digital collectibles launch. And now who is Dentsu QLD? They're one of the world's largest media agencies with customers like Microsoft, MasterCard, Procter & Gamble, and obviously they were launching, BlackPink. They have a couple hundred employees, and they represent people that are doing things that are safe and are not controversial. Now, the reason I bring that up is because there's a AMC, that company that is kind of equivalent with GameStop, where a bunch of people are trying to pump the stock, and you have a bunch of hedge funds that are trying to short the stock. But AMC was most recently given a lot of crap because in their most recent showing of Goodfellas, they had gone on and said, hey guys, there's a trigger warning here. And the trigger warning is not for the cursing, it's not for the drug use, it's not for the killing and the blood and the maiming and the shooting. The trigger warning is for cultural stereotypes. Now, is there something that VeVe might have to go and censor some people in their VeVe feed, in the VeVeverse, that says like, hey, there's a trigger warning here. Don't go into the VeVeverse, don't go into this VeVe app or the VeVe feed unless you have some thick skin, because there's going to be some certain trigger warnings here. Because you have people that are going and they have their collectibles and they'll do what they do. They have Mickey Mouse, or they have the what's that called? They have the Steamboat Willie whistling them, and then they have him going and like doing that in front of Captain America, who's standing like this, and his face is at his crotch, and it looks like a very suggestive form. What does VeVe do in this sense? What do people do in this sense? Do they just say like, it's not VeVe's fault, it's the people that are doing this? Do they try to hold VeVe accountable? If you're from someone that's coming from the outside, do you go and just say like, oh, people are just being soft? You have us growing up with Bugs Bunny saying, one little engine, two little engine, three little engines, going off and shooting the the Indians. Yeah. And do you go and say like, okay, millennials and Gen Z, they're really soft? Or do you go and say like, oh, VeVe has to go and they have to censor these people because the new generations are super soft and they won't be able to handle that? FamBam, what do you think VeVe should do?
I mean, I think it'll be a wait and see, but right now, since they're not so mainstream and it goes, they can kind of just do whatever they feel. But I think there will come a time where things like that will get to a point where they need to figure out if they should, I don't know, put a warning or what, or just have it automatically delete. Okay, the other day I was on Instagram and about the the Deadpool movie, and the Delco dude or whatever, he has different names. Anyways, he's local and he never can make it to anything, and he put on there to like, sorry, I'm gonna have to miss this or whatever. And I know his reasoning and stuff. But what I did, I just put in there, I was joking, and I was like, we're going to have to end up kidnapping you and da-da-da-da. Boom. Instagram got me for saying kidnapping.
Really?
I took the whole thing down, like, immediately. It just triggered it. I guess the kidnapping word. Yeah. So I was just like, oh, crap.
You're such a violator, FamBam. Yes, I know. So bad.
I'm also laughing because O'Malley posted a meme that I think had nothing to do with me.
I tagged you.
I know you tagged me. So it's about this guy. So the original meme was, this guy kind of crying, and he had just apparently done a act with a very, very elder woman. And the original meme was saying like, oh, don't cry, let's go get you that PS5. Because obviously the boy did some, things that were not that he didn't want to do for a PS5. And Omili T's post the captions like, "Do you want that OMI or not?" And then FamBam tags me in the photo of me boinking this older woman. Anywho, if I can quote that 90s cartoon, what would you do for a Klondike bar? What would you do it for 10 million OMI? Now, 10 million OMI right now is not that much. It's about $6,000, maybe a little less than that. That's rent for a couple months, at a mortgage payment for a month or two. But if you go and you look at it long term, $6,000 right now, if you believe this is going to 100x, 10 million OMI could be not only $60,000, but $600,000, over $500,000. Now, for me, I would do whatever is required of me to do that. But what about you guys that are a little bit more down to earth and don't have that, I have that, you have a little bit slightly tighter grasp on reality. You guys are, as I've said before,
Slightly?
when we had been together in Arizona, you guys are older, wiser, more ancient. What do you guys think that I should that other people should do? What are your guys' opinions on this stuff? On what people should do for OMI?
What people should do?
Yeah, because I'm just that outlier. I'm that end of the spectrum. I'll do anything for OMI. But what do you guys think that people should do or shouldn't do? Where is that line being drawn? Can't believe you tagged me in that. Sorry.
I can't believe you wouldn't expect that. Come on. Okay. I'm surprised Omili didn't tag you in that.
Surprised he didn't either.
But anyways, you know what? But I've never been the type to do things for money or, I mean, now we're going to have crypto. I've just never been that type. I could say like jokingly with friends and like, I dare you to do this and, we'll give you whatever OMI. Like I could see playing around like that. But when it comes to like, I'll give you cash or I'll give you OMI, whatever. I just need you to, I've never been that kind of person ever. So I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything risky that would make me want to do that.
What about you, Rain? What would you do for 10 million OMI?
Not very much. I'm spoiled, right? So this is my second cycle that I'm preparing for. The answer might have been different 4 years ago because I was so hungry and I was working. So I do believe strongly in squeezing your expenses as low as possible because some of the principles are investing is you can't use money that you can't afford to lose because it will wreck you. You become way too emotional about it. But what you can do is squeeze your expenses and do everything you can do to get your income up, except boinking old ladies, please. That's prostitution. That's not legal. So do everything you can to get your income up and squeeze your expenses so that you create more margin that you can invest with. And, I was like 2018, 2019, 2020, I was like working as hard as I could at my day job. And there were certain metrics that earned me bonus money. I was doing everything I could to earn the bonus money as well as cut my expenses to like, I was eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, other things. And I made good income, but I was just putting it all into crypto and I was just living like as low as I could. Now I was married. So like your wife will only let you live so low. So like we're out for dinner and do things, but like I cut every expense I could. When it came to me spending, I wasn't spending anything. And she'd look at me and she'd be like, "Why are you so broke?" I'd be like, "Honey, you know why. Are you putting it all in crypto?" "Yep, all of it." "Yeah, do you have to do that every month?" "Yep, I have to do that every month." But in 2021, she got it. She's like, "Oh." She couldn't even wrap her mind around it. She's like, "What? That's so crazy." Yeah.
So I know that FamBam does this from the minute she meets someone, but there's a meme about Pokemon where somebody says like me, "I promise I won't get all political." Three drinks later, today, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk to you about Pokemon Liberation. How much alcohol has to go down your gullet before you go and talk about VeVe and OMI? Now, I know FamBam does this completely sober. She raw dogs the VeVe and OMI stretch. But what about you, Rain? What has to happen for you to go and talk about that to random people?
To random people? Yeah, it'd probably be 3 drinks to go up and talk to random people. Like I used to go talk to people about crypto because I was so excited about it. And it just was like, massive rejections, right? Because people want to chase green candles. And so when you haven't had green candles, you're just walking into it. They're not going to understand and accept it in most cases. Now, if somebody comes to me, well, then I'll talk to them about it. But me going to a random person trying to talk to them about crypto and VeVe, like I found out when I meet people, one of the ways I diffuse the weirdness, because, you know, when you're in crypto investing, they expect I'm suddenly going to try to convert them to crypto. So the way I'm like, hey, what's going on? I'm Jay. And they're like, what do you do? And I was like, oh, I invest in crazy, risky things that are not for most people. And I teach my audience on YouTube, mostly men, how to take crazy, risky, stupid investments that aren't right for most people. And they can actually wrap their mind around that. And then they actually get curious and then ask me. Yeah. But if I used to say, oh yeah, I'm a crypto investor, they like treated me like I had the flu or something. They didn't know how to wrap their mind around it. And then whenever they had met a crypto person, that crypto person was then trying to like convert them. And I'm not going to waste my time trying to convert somebody. If they come to me and they're asking me tons of questions because they already get it, fantastic. Otherwise, like, I'm just too impatient. Like, I guess I went through those days, like my first couple years of trying to convert people to crypto and to see the value I saw there. And, it felt like I was getting my head bashed in with a baseball bat. Yeah. And I'm just like, yeah, when they have questions, they can come ask me. If they want to ride in my Lamborghini, they can come ask me.
Well, whenever I do this, I don't like just walk up to them. So a lot of times it's the Uber guys.
Yeah.
They'll, they always try to chit chat and they're like, so what are you doing today? You're like, where are you going? Whatever. And a lot of times it'll be like some type of NFT, something, crypto, something. And so I'll just go into that like, oh, going to meet some people for, this NFT gathering that we're doing. And then they start asking questions and then I go into VeVe. So it's been pretty easy for me, but it's been pretty well received. There hasn't been anybody that has said negative things about it all. Most of them, like, oh, I've heard about it, but I haven't really gotten into it yet. And then there's some of them that are just like, yeah, I'm into crypto, blah, 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 and it's all just going well.
She wants to say, hey.
How are you?
She got to meet VeVe FamBam, and well, she knew Randy from before, but in Arizona, we went and floated the Salt River together.
I blistered my lips. It was fun.
Her and VeVe FamBam like talked the whole trip down the river.
Yeah.
It's fun. Good to see you.
Now. She's my bestie.
Oh.
Okay. Thanks for
good. So there's a obviously the collectibles that we have, and so there's one thing that I wanted to do, which maybe I'll get to do at some point, but you're able to dress up. You will be able to dress up your collectibles in the VeVeverse, meaning that, okay, let's say like I have an Anna, I have a sub 100 Anna from Frozen that we have in the Frozen thing. You can get Anna, you can get Elsa, you can get Olaf, or you can get something else like the pencil or whatever. But then you're going to be able to go and have accessories in there. And one of the things was the Le Bouton shoes that I think the Lori Brenner had, Queen VeVe, you had Fendi from Dan's wife, and then you had, I think, Dr. Prophet's wife go in and have those Louboutin shoes. Now I wanted to get the Louboutin shoes for Anna before they went and just kind of ran to thousands of dollars. Recently, VeVe had said that they had pitched Rolex, not Dr. Rolex, but the actual Rolex collectibles, and you're most likely to get those. What type of secondary items or accessories do you want? Do you want the sorting hat from Harry Potter? Do you want a Rolex thing like they have? I mean, we already have Aston Martin. What type of secondary accessories do you want for your collectibles?
AK-47s. No, I don't know. Rolexes would be cool. That's a good point. That's not really my thing, but I think there's a huge market for it. Women especially love accessorizing, and men like certain types of accessories. So I think that's a market that, gosh, if they tap into, could be really, really big. And I think they know that, and they're trying to go that direction. How that comes together, are you going to be able to wrap your Rolex around your golden moment? And will that make sense? I don't know. Obviously, some of the actual figures, would it be cool if you could wrap your Rolex on Darth Vader and it stays there as he does his thing? That would be cool. Or like Spider-Man Secret Rare as he's doing his flip. That would actually be really cool. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, that'd be fun to take my Spider-Man Secret Rare and throw a Rolex on him and it stays on during his backflips and stuff. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I hadn't put too much thought in that, but like girls, you ask them, are you playing dress up? And now they're like, no, we're accessorizing. Why? Because
that's like the
fun
if anyone's ever seen Remember the Titans, coach, what's his name, the white coach's daughter, who happens to be Hayden Panettiere, goes to Denzel Washington's daughter and says, like, what are you doing? You're playing with dolls? Why don't you care about football? And then Denzel Washington's daughter says, I'm accessorizing. And it's like, oh, girl, preach. I feel you. Anyway, so outside of that, there's going to be other things that you can do in the VeVeverse. We don't know when we're going to get that. Hopefully, OMI to NFT comes first. But one of the things that you'll be able to do in the VeVeverse are going to have a little bit of freedom. It's like Star Fox all range mode. You don't just fly one way. You're able to fly all the ways. When you're able to do that, what are you guys going to do? Are you going to have it like, hey, here's the perfect house. Here's the perfect space to come into. Or you're going to be like, try to invade us, mother flappers. And we're going to have all of like the stormtroopers out there. We're going to have the alligator Loki moats. We're going to have the, all the vehicles coming out outfitted with guns. Like, what are you guys going to have?
So you're talking like 10 years down the road when like everything's interactive, right? And they have like defensive points and offensive points. And you can have like, it's like Clash of Clans mixed with the VeVeverse. And like they can send their stormtrooper army to invade your defenses.
Well, there is a post that I guess I'll read from the VeVe Collectibles and Friends Facebook page, where it was a guy that's fairly well known. I'll see if I have this top 50 comics rank. Charles Delgado. He says the VeVeverse will be a side piece to Disneyverse and all other IP universes. VeVe is legit the store. If you don't understand what VeVe is by now, then you might be in the wrong place. Once those metaverses give the digital collectibles utility. Now, obviously, for me, as someone that is gone on and like a VeVe fanboy, I'll go and say that I don't think that VeVeverse is going to be an offshoot or a sister company to Disneyverse. I think that they might be interoperable just because they have the Disney IP and they both have connections with Cavernous. But I think that in some way, you're likely going to be able to go and position your things. Like in Earth 2, there's going to be a warring world and a peace world. And you're going to decide which world you want to be in. Do you want to have the warring world where you're able to go and confiscate other stuff and you're going to be able to gain other stuff and like play to earn? Or is it going to be a peaceful world where you won't be able to do that, but nobody's going to take anything from you? You can just go and have your stuff and no one will destroy it, etc. There's a lot of possibilities. So, FamBam, what do you think of both of those? Having a warring world, a peace world, or things where we're just going to have our home space where none of that's going to be available and we'll just be able to see it, kind of like after you get killed in Call of Duty, you can go and spy on other people who are still alive.
See, I don't do video games really, so I can't relate, but I want the peace world.
Knew that was coming.
There's too much of that in the world already, the real world.
She wants everyone to get along, and what she loves about VeVe is the positivity of so many of the cool people.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So she just wants it amplified times 100.
Yes, please.
VeVe FamBam is definitely going to be in the love world, the no war.
I'll be like, with my peace sign. Yeah.
I don't know that
I'll some biscuits or something. So you can go
it would have to be really cool for me to participate in like that and take the time of setting up my defense and stuff. The likelihood that it's that cool is low. It would have to be so intriguing that it takes my time towards that versus the other options that, like, I don't know. So would I participate in that? Probably not. Like, is that kind of fun to think about? Yeah, it is pretty cool. They just have to do that so right. It's like, I just don't know if with the premium collectibles that it gets there like that. Who knows?
So for me, I like people and I like story. Like, there's obviously people that really love the stories of, hey, you have this person that's just a normal, regular person, and through their, whether it's luck or through its hard work, they go in and they find success, and they go and they get their happy ending. They get their happily ever after. And then there's some people like me that like people and stories where their life is going well, and then whether it's like drugs, whether it's sex, whether it's something that just derails them from their success in life, and they heck their lives up really badly. And then after they hit rock bottom, after they go through all the 50 pounds of shit that life has to offer them, they go and they get reborn like a phoenix. Now, the reason I bring that up is because David had teased the Netflix documentary that we have all wanted for so long. He teased that in the Spaces recently. There are two things I want. One, I want, obviously, them to see how successful they were and all of the different positives that they have. What's up, Dr. Stuff? But then they also have the opportunity to go and show what it took to make them successful. That they didn't take a salary, that they go and they have a bunch of fudders. They had a bunch of doors slammed in their face where they go and they get these, they try to get these licenses at first, and then they have the success after that. My question is, what do you want to see in a documentary? Do you want to see a mix of both? Do you want to see it mostly struggle? Do you want to be at all peaches and roses? What do you guys want in that Netflix documentary?
I want to see the struggles.
I want to see the rejections. That'd be cool if they had cameras with them, right? Or they kind of like were videoing it. Hey, we're about to go talk to so-and-so, you know, and then they're leaving there and they're like, we didn't get the deal. They laughed at us, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that would be awesome, you know, because reality of success is a lot of hard work and a lot of failure before you're ultimately successful. Like the Ring, was it the Ring doorbell or something? Like they were on Shark, what is that?
Yeah, Shark Tank.
Shark Tank, right? And they got like laughed out of there and didn't get invested, and it ended up being really successful later. And so like people don't realize that success looks and smells a lot like hard work and failure in the early days before you're ultimately successful. I remember Dan and Dave's pitch in 2018. It wasn't very focused. Half of it was on the OMI secure wallet, because back then Ledger was coming out and Trezor, and it was a big thing on like own your keys so that you own your crypto, and not your keys, not your crypto, and have it, you know. And Dan was talking about the OMI secure wallet, and David was like, yeah, and then we're going to try to get licenses to have digital collectibles that we're then going to put on the OMI secure wallet. And I was like, that part sounds really interesting. Like, I was like, I could care less about the OMI secure wallet. Like, Ledger worked fine, but that part sounds really interesting, which is why I invested in their pre-sale. Boy, they got pretty good like, I'm impressed with the kind of IP that they landed during that bear market that they were then able to launch with Batman Black and White, and then later getting Marvel and Disney and everything. And now they have the top IP in like the crypto space, right? So there's still some other IP out there that nobody has gotten, but you look at the IP that has been gotten, and VeVe dominates that.
I do like that. I mean, I echo that comment. Like the rejections, that would be. It's good to see the failures, right? It is good to see how hard it is to start something like that. You know, extremely difficult. I don't know, Rain, if you were referring to on Shark Tank, the guy who first presented the Ring camera system. This Ring, you know, and he got laughed out. They were just like, I'm out. You know, they called him ridiculous. And there's like this, I mean, I don't know, where I saw it, but it was like maybe like a 4-minute clip, and it probably was put on by Shark Tank, but it shows like this guy's net worth from starting from like 2014, where it was like maybe it was 150,000 to start out. So then he actually is one of the sharks on Shark Tank in like 2023 because his net worth is 0.8 billion. You know what I mean? And it's crazy, like how much, like, and these are smart people, right? Like those sharks, and sometimes it's hard for people to see the future and to see where things are going or to believe that can happen, right? And so major props to some of, DC, for DC Comics to be one of the first ones to just push that out there. That is awesome. I'm so sad that we don't have DC Comics on, like, actual comic books on VeVe app. Well, we don't yet, man. And there's been a lot of FAs dropped, and the competition is good. I've talked about competitions all the time, and how it's so vital to any market to have competitors in the space. Otherwise, you get a monopoly, and they just kind of do whatever they want, because they're just like, we got no one to force us to do anything different. I did want to address this. This show consistently refers to people in the community as low IQ or unsuccessful, and it degrades your credibility. I don't know. I'll say this. I don't hear, like, for you to say consistently, like, I didn't hear it. Maybe I was gone, and maybe there was comments, and sometimes we get attacked on the show, right? And there are comments and things, and as human beings, there can be a little bit of a snarky response, and I try to keep that mellow. So, but to say consistently, I'm going to disagree with that.
Yeah, Jake is totally overstating that. And we were talking about some things. I will resound that. Yeah, there's a lot of unsuccessful people in crypto. 90% are unsuccessful at making gains in crypto, 90%. And to talk about that isn't negative. I don't like to refer to people as low IQ unless they show they're really low IQ. And a lot of the people that are unsuccessful in crypto are not low IQ. They're just new to this. And you're usually bad before you're good. Now, some people don't stick around long enough to become good. And so they come in bad, they leave bad, and they never take the time to become good at investing, understanding cycles, understanding business investment. Cool. It's just not right for a lot of people on the investment side. Now, the cool thing about VeVe, right, is like collecting can be right for anyone. That's a different story altogether.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, it looks like, someone might have said it while I was gone. I try to rein that in. We're not perfect. I'll just say that.
He learned it from Rain.
Like, and look, like I'm guilty of it too sometimes, and so I'm not necessarily like gonna justify it.
I don't know that he's even correct on that, but I don't call them low IQ. Maybe I've referred to somebody.
I think I might have said that, but there was like a reason, and so obviously I'm not talking about everyone, but there's, I mean,
you probably had somebody specific in your mind.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's multiple people that you could point at for that, which I'm not going to do. I think people could probably guess who they are, but there's also, like, I asked the question, like, what do you do? Like, there's people that obviously have like legitimate criticisms, and that's fine.
Yeah.
And then there's people that actually think that, and again, what Rain said is that they're new. The people that actually think that VeVe is like in danger of being, in bankruptcy, or they're able to go and say like, hey, we're done, and they're closing down shop. Now you have people that think that, and it's like, okay, well, where do you get that from? It's like, is it because you have that recency bias that Rain talks about, where, okay, you have OMI going down or trading sideways consistently for the last year or a couple of years, and that's why you have that. But people have like biology working against them. I mentioned this on Around the Okomiverse, where they have people that, that why there's a reason why people are sympathetic pukers. It's because that back in the day, like thousands of years ago, if someone in your tribe was puking, it's because they ate something that was bad. And if they ate something that was bad, that could potentially kill them because there was no medicine. Other people in the tribe are like, okay, he's puking. This could be bad. This person could die. Let us puke before it gets to us, and before we go in and, we all die from this thing that we possibly ate together. So people have that working against them. They have that, and that goes both ways of the bull market where, hey, everyone's buying, let me buy so I don't miss out, that FOMO. And then they have that in the bear market where people are selling. Okay, OGs are selling right now, and they don't look into the reasons why OGs are selling. Some people get liquidated. Some people, they go and they try to chase those green candles from other different projects that are pumping right now, even though they already pumped 4x or 10x or whatever it is. So they say, okay, other people are getting out, so I should get out too. Or other people that were OGs, like they got liquidated in another position, so they have to sell to cover so that they don't go to jail, and they don't see that. It's like, okay, this OG is selling, so I should sell too. And unfortunately, that happens more often than people think. And it's just, what do we do with those people? What do we do with the people that are just that don't see what VeVe did the last few years? They made hundreds of millions of dollars, and do they change their marketing tactics? Do they go and they have an ambassador program specifically to target those people and say, like, hey, it's okay, everything's going to be all right, or do they ignore them and force them to try to level themselves up?
Convincing them, right? And it's kind of, there's a reason why. So I've dedicated my YouTube channel to helping as many people as possible understand these cycles, and that's what it's dedicated to. That's what I enjoy doing. But what I found is, like, you can maybe save like 5% are going to get it, and they're going to figure it out and become really, really good at this. And these are just the numbers. Another 5% are going to do okay at it, and about 90% are going to do very mediocre or even lose money. And that 90, so the question is, how much of that 5% that does okay can you help them be in the 5% that does incredibly well? And how much of that 90% can you help them just do things differently? And unfortunately, you might be able to get an extra 8% of that 90% and turn it into only 82%, because a lot of people just bounce off your message when you're saying buy low. They just bounce off it, and they're like, you're an idiot, and the company's going to go out of it. All the stuff we're dealing with right now. They are making the argument that 90% of the people are making, and you can't help them see reason. Cool. I realize you can't save them. You got to let them do their thing. You're going to let time weed them out, because either they're going to see that they're wrong and they're going to update the way they think about things and be like, oh my gosh, okay, now I'm ready to listen. Or they're just going to leave crypto entirely when they're flat out wrong and OMI goes crazy. And then they're going to be like, yeah, well, OMI and blah, blah, it's not my fault. And they won't take any ownership of it. They'll never learn. And just investing isn't right for them. They're not built for that. That's cool. Like, somebody needs to be the plumber. Somebody needs to be the plumber's assistant. Somebody needs to be the plumber's secretary. There are jobs for people like that. The investing world is just beyond their comprehension, because they just weren't built for that. Their mind is built for other things. Their specialty lies in other things. And the investment world is just going to confuse them and wreck them. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm
jumping in. You guys have been talking for an hour and a half without me.
Has it been that long?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, for real. I was like, oh, they're probably done. Guys, we've got like 863 people watching the live stream right now through all of the different channels and stuff. Like, that's phenomenal. That's huge. That's by far the most that I've seen. But just because I'm self-admitted to have a low IQ when I took the test, I got a Patrick Star. That was funny. And look, I mean, the reason I brought that up, like, and I know that it kind of took us on a different trajectory there, is one of the things that I am adamant about. And again, I am not perfect. I've had my moments, right, where I've had a bad day or something like that, and someone just hits me wrong, and I snap back, right? And it's just not helpful, right? So anyways, like, I just want to say we're all human, but like with these points, Randy, when you're just like, when people are doing this, or Rain, when you're saying there's some people that don't get it, like I found that basically it's just like, hey, agree to disagree, right? Because you're not going to convince them, they're not going to convince you, and it's just useless, right? And then the people that just like attack you, like, I just had this guy just the other day like attack me because they called them, like, they're like, oh, the moon girls are sitting there saying that, and they made this comment like, and I was like, hey, I like moon girls ? I was like, be respectful, and I'll respond to your comment, and then like he just attacked me, You know what I mean? He's like, go ahead and do whatever you're going to do. Because I was like, otherwise I'll just block you. You know, we don't need this. So everyone watching this, look, there are people out there that are literally personally attacking people, but it's consistent, like constantly just doing that. Block those people. Do not give them a voice in our community. They don't deserve it, honestly. If they cannot articulate their concerns in a respectful manner, consistent. Look, you can be upset and you can get into things, right? Like, but if it's consistent, you know, and that's what I do, right? I look at some people's comments and then I'm like, I'm going to go to your profile and kind of see those people that I look, and literally all of the responses are like negative. This other person, the person that was actually commenting and they about narratives, they're like narratives that like, oh, you're just going to talk about narratives again. I was like, who is this person? So I went and looked. Literally in 150 replies that I looked at, there was not a single positive comment in 150, and I just stopped then, right? Like I could have been much more, and I'm like, we don't need that in our lives, guys. So for the people that are attacking you, right, on a personal level, just block them. You're not going to convince them, and what it does is it stops elevating their voice in our community, because if you're responding, then more and more eyes get onto that and elevates that. That's the algorithm doing that, right? So just block those people. But there are people with legitimate concerns, and we should always address them respectfully. So that's my little soapbox. Anyways, we were talking. What were we talking about? What did you just talk about, Randy?
We were talking about a bunch of things. So one thing, just to piggyback on that, and I want to respond to this. Like, there's somebody's post that I saw like a couple of days ago that said, like, I don't always bitch about stuff, but when I do, I always bitch about projects I was involved in years ago and can't move on. Like, how do you go and determine? Because there's a scene in Recess from like 25, 28, 30 years ago, whatever, where they go and Miss Finster is talking to Principal Prickly about should they go and just completely excommunicate this person named TJ Detweiler, or do they try to convert him to being someone that's super organized and a rat? As like, hey, Principal Prickly, do you remember how Menlo was? And Menlo was like running in mud. He was going and just being tardy all the time. And then they indoctrinated him. They put him into like this camp where it's like, you're going to be on time. They put him in this little box, and suddenly he's this like organized person that rats on people. How do you go, and how does VeVe go and determine like, hey, these people are complete fudders and there's no hope for them, versus these people are just lost, and once OMI to NFT comes out and OMI goes up and Vaults rises, they're going to be right back on the positive side. And if we block them, there's going to be no hope for them coming back. They're just going to be besides themselves forever. Or is that just like, hey, it's not going to matter. Those people are going to be writ small by the new people that are coming in. And the new people that are coming in won't remember the vicissitudes of the last couple of years. They'll only see the good amounts of stuff that we're doing.
Look, if a project pumps, there's going to be so many new people, and they're not going to know any of that in the past, right? But I am all for VeVe blocking, straight up blocking those people, because again, it doesn't elevate their voice, right? And they're posting on VeVe's posts. It's a completely different thing. If they're making a post on their account and they're saying, here's my concerns, that's different, right? But when they're constantly coming over onto VeVe's posts about a drop or something like that, and they're just attacking VeVe and being like, you're scammers, you're doing these things, I'm sorry. But you lose the right to then follow that Twitter feed and make comments. Sorry, be respectful. Now, I do think that VeVe, like, there should be some sort of outline, right? Because what we don't want is someone who does voice legitimate concerns, and maybe they do it on a post, and then someone's having a bad day, and they're like, well, I'm going to block you. That's not okay, right? So I would love to see some sort of outline of like, hey, if you're personally attacking anyone on the team, right? If you guys are calling us a scam, like a rug pulls. By the way, can I just say, I watched that video. Is VeVe a scam, or is it a soft rug pull? And they're like, here's the definition of a soft rug pull. I'm like, literally partnered with Disney and Marvel. Like, I just that kind of stuff that does aggravate me, right? And that's the type of stuff. It's just like, no, you're misinforming people, and it's so like you're done. Get out of here. Like, I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
That
Like,
that
no
tends to
credibility.
feel like low IQ.
I'm not going to go there, but but again, like I think it's intentional, right, to do those type of things. And but I watched the
Because
video, and
soft rug pull, right? Well, they're
yeah,
just new at business, and like rug pull and like this whole idea of soft rug pull. Like rug pull is like the company raises money and then they pull the rug out from under you and they take all this money, and then associating OMI and VeVe with that is just malicious because
it is malicious.
Yeah.
It is malicious, and the way that
either that or it is low IQ. So
well,
a lot of
Good
people are
mixture.
new at this, but like associating those two, low business IQ is probably better said. They don't necessarily have low IQ in life, but definitely a low business IQ, or they're being malicious, but one of those two.
yeah, I would say inexperience. I don't know if I like low business IQ. I mean, just inexperience in that space, and that's what we're here for, right? We provide like there's a lot of experience in business, finance, regulation, like all these types of things that I think that we at least provide that perspective. People can take it or leave it, but at the end of the day, it's always good to have respectful conversations, and sometimes it's just like, hey, we're gonna agree to disagree, and the beautiful thing is, we'll see in a year. We'll see in a year and a half, right? Who was right? And if you're right, so be it. But we talk about diversification, we talk about these other things, so that people can make that decision for themselves. Anyways, what you were talking about earlier, Randy, and then after I say this, I want to hear from FamBam, and I don't care what you want to talk about, FamBam. I just want to hear from you. You haven't really said anything since I came back, but is like OGs leaving this space. There could be reasons why some OGs are leaving. I think that we do lose credibility when we don't admit there are some OGs that are leaving because they're frustrated, straight up, right? And it's capitulation, where it's like, and that's what I'm saying when I give these examples of, like, why don't we have transfers yet? Where's the communication on that? Why don't we have the VeVe-verse yet? Where's I know that they've opened it up a little bit, but we have had no communication on that. Now, look, they could have pivoted. And maybe they did. Maybe they were just like, hey, something else has come along and we're pivoting, right? But like any sort of communication, I know there's NDAs, I know all of that, but like the lack of communication in some things gets people who are just like, if they're not being communicated with what's happening, then it does look to them like, are you just not being honest with us, right? Like, so I think it's important to like address those and acknowledge that there are some OGs that are leaving because they're frustrated. There absolutely could be people who are just like, look, I'm selling because I have financial stuff that I gotta, and like you don't even need to know why the heck I'm selling, but like it's not because I'm frustrated. Like I think there's better opportunities or like whatever it is, right? But I do think it's very important, and that was one of the things I really wanted to tackle on this episode was the community sentiment, and that like some of it, I understand that. And what are some of the things that VeVe could do? Communication is so paramount. I understand that there are some things that they can't disclose, but they can say that, hey, we can't disclose this. Like, there's contracts in place, but just know, like, we just want to update you that like we're still working on these things. That's great. No timeline given, but we appreciate that. So anyways, but like we were talking about, people will leave and there will be new OGs that will come. There will be new whales that will come, and so blocking those people, more people are going to come in and they'll flip positivity, like when a pump happens. So
yeah.
FamBam, how you doing?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Good.
Okay. Well, I did see a post from Comics and Crypto. I don't know if y'all looked at that right before the stream. He said the FBI arrested, I can't pronounce these names, Anthony Curcio and Losif.
Was this the Pokemon thing?
Yeah.
In Washington for forging PSA graded Pokemon and sports cards, defrauding collectors of over $2 million. They face wire fraud and conspiracy charges with potential sentences of up to 20 years in prison between 2022 and 2024. They used fake identities and counterfeit PSA labels to sell the cards, continuing even after being warned about the fraud. And an undercover officer bought a fake PSA 10 Venusaur.
Venusaur.
There you go. For 10.5 thousand, leading to their arrest. PSA has confirmed their cooperation with the FBI and committed to enhancing their security. But yeah, so another great reason for blockchain.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. That immutability and that I just blanked out on that word. Basically being able to trace it to the source. What is that? What's that term? I just blanked out on. It'll come to me.
The transparency of being able to see when it was minted and created.
Yeah.
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 I also think anyone paying that amount, $10,000 for a first edition PSA 10 Venusaur, that's a little bit of a different deal.
Thank you, Big A.
Randy knows. It was never worth it.
There was see, this is why the experts in blockchain and experts in any type of company or any type of thing need to be gone on and like voted by a community. Because I remember this guy named Guru Collectibles. He happened to somehow weasel his way into like a Logan Paul thing where he's like, oh, I have a first edition PSA 10 Bulbasaur. And then Guru Collectibles says like, oh, that's got to be worth about $30,000. And Logan Paul, who's fairly new to this, he just had a lot of money. He's like, and he just liked Pokemon but didn't know the business. He's like, really? 30,000? It's like, yeah. And then so everyone in the Pokemon community was like, what the heck? Not at all. So people started posting for sale on eBay, first edition PSA 10 Bulbasaurs, $30,000 reserved for Guru Collectibles, because he would purport these different numbers. And you have these people that there's that saying like a little bit of knowledge is very dangerous. And then you have publicly, I'll shout out the name because it's not in a private message, it is public, where Sam Ellis NFT says, it's shocking to me that near 6 months into 2024, VeVe still hasn't delivered on interoperability and ownership options. What a scam. The level of deception in 2022 is ridiculous on reflection. They played the game, pushing on trigger points. Web3 is not coming. So for me, I'm excited to add that screenshot to the collection of Flutter tweets that I'm just going to absolutely just throw out as soon as OMI to NFT comes, as soon as the bull market comes back. Just absolutely destroying every single one of them. He's obviously just one of the dozens. Yeah, you just have people that are, yeah, just throwing that out there.
I wanted to.
I've got to run, gentlemen and ladies.
Okay.
Lady.
We love
Rain. You are the man. It's so good to be on stream with you again.
Yeah, so good to have you back.
You're a rock star, and thanks for holding down the fort while I had to bounce for a bit. That's awesome.
Sure thing. We'll see you guys. Thanks for staying so late. That was a lot of fun.
Peace out.
Love you.
See you later.
So what I was gonna say, oh man, tiredness is hitting me. Coming back from Germany, I still haven't gotten like the jet lag thing, right? Like my body is so like, you just stayed up all night, you know, and I'm just man, I'm slowing down here. But it's funny because
Okay, I have to get off soon too.
No.
we need to end. Well, we'll have to stay on for a little bit and chat.
We have jobs, Randy.
Because I missed it, but well, FamBam, when do you need to leave? Because like before you leave, I want to just make sure like that I give you some airtime again to kind of round out your thoughts on all the discussions that have happened and anything you want before you bounce.
Okay, probably soon, like within the next 10 minutes.
Okay, all right.
FamBam, no.
Yeah, you know, like this is what I was gonna say. I was talking to someone again, debating on Twitter. And it was someone who was in the community for a long time, and now they are very upset, and they constantly, even though they've left. This is Biscuits, by the way. I don't know. Like I really actually I feel like Biscuits has made some solid points before, but this person is constantly like, OMI's going to zero. It's a flatline token. VeVe's dead. Like constantly, even though they left, right? Like they're saying VeVe is dead, right? Like, and I'm just like, the fact that there are people who are so adamant that VeVe is dead is actually a signal to me that it is very alive and well. The day that I get worried is when no one cares.
Yeah.
That's when I get worried. When you have the people who are adamant, like this strong community and of what you want to call them, moon boys or whatever, but like the people who truly believe in VeVe, and then the fudders, like as long as those two parties exist, or one of those like VeVe is not dead. It's the day that like the fudders are just like, I just don't care anymore, you know? And so for Sam Ellis, who has supposedly left the project, and they just come back to try to dunk and stuff, because for me, my opinion is that they need to be right now, right? Like they constantly have to validate their decision to leave. And the fact that VeVe is still around is concerning to them. That's the only thing I can think of, right? Like, because for me, I've said this before, but there's projects that just like they're still around that I was just like, you know what, like I'm out. I don't feel like you guys have fulfilled these things or whatever, and I just leave, you know, because I don't care. I'm just like done, you know, and like I'm not back. I wasn't passionate enough about it to then be so upset that I'm going to come back and constantly make comments and replies on a project that is supposedly dead. But I'll give you one more example with this that I just had to laugh about. The video, like, is VeVe a scam? And then at the end of the video, they're like, oh, by the way, I'm going to do like a live stream of the next VeVe drop. I'm like, really? Can we just take a step back and like, wow.
Yeah.
I just have to say that. Wow. You know, I'll just go there. So as long as there's people who are fudding and they still care, VeVe's not dead for me. Yeah. And if it's successful, I'm not going to be dunking on those people. But I could absolutely, I'm not attacked to the level that you are constantly, Randy.
You're a better person than I am, because I'm going to absolutely dunk on everyone. Like, for the people that just say like, hey, I'm done with VeVe, I hate VeVe, and like they message hate messages about me, but they still watch me. Hi everyone, like, how's it feel to be a hater? Like, this is hysterical. This is the greatest thing, and I think people just have this thing where they get attention, and a lot of people, and I consistently see this in a lot of newer people that have never gotten any attention from anyone, much less like the female perspective in any other aspect of their lives. And they go and they say like, oh, I have an audience. I have hundreds, if not maybe thousands of people that I get impressions on, that people listen to me. And then they go and they post on something after they leave VeVe, and their new posts get like maybe a dozen or so, impressions. And they say, oh, actually, I get more engagement and I have more people listening to me when I talk about VeVe. So it doesn't matter. They'll be like that disruptive or disgusting X that says like, okay, well, I might not get positive interaction from the person I want, but I'll at least get negative interaction, and negative interaction is at least some interaction. It's better than no interaction. So I'll go and be a bitch to them. I'll go and be like a complete a-hole to them, so that I can at least get that negative interaction. And that's exactly what these people that have never gotten any attention from any member of any sex, that's what they do for VeVe. They recognize that they're not getting any attention whatsoever from any of their normal posts. So they go on and then just shit on VeVe, just because that type of attention just gets them at least a little bit of engagement. Charlie D, top 500 wallets, says 4,500 collectibles. I'm still buying here for a long time. Do believe this team is. Yeah, look at the people that are selling. Look at the people that are, and look at their profiles. I say this exact thing when you have people on, whenever Disney announces like Sesame Street, or they announce like something from most recently Ubisoft. Look at the people that are super negative. Go to their profiles. Look at what type of person they are. Am I good, Charlotte? Like, do you really want to be like them? Or do you want to be part of the people that are super successful and go on and they're buying in this bear market? Again, your choice, and make that decision for yourselves. FamBam, am I being a little too harsh? Do I need to like calm it down a little bit? I feel like sometimes you're my confidant on certain things, so I need to go and tone it down a bit.
You probably calm down a little bit.
Okay. Sorry.
Well, just choose some different wording
Okay.
on things. But you're good. I mean, it's okay to get things off your chest. We all can complain. You know, we all have that right to complain. We all have the right to be happy. But to go off of, you know, surround yourself with successful people reminds me of Thanos, that they end up coming back to him.
That was pretty funny. Shout out to you, Omar.
But that's part of what VeVe has even done for me, is wanting to surround myself with like-minded people. And they say, oh, that's an echo chamber. That's, you know, you just want to hear. Well, what's wrong with wanting to hear all these success stories from people and just getting you pumped up to want to invest? It doesn't even have, I'm not even talking about when it comes to OMI and VeVe, just invest, period. Like, I mean, okay. And one of the big things that got me there was Randy and Sean, Chromis and Crypto, when we were in San Diego. Do you remember when we went out, we had drinks, and then we were walking and just.
I remember part of that night.
No, not the first night.
Okay, never mind.
No, I'm not talking about what Wizard. I'm talking about Sean.
Remember well, I remember. Never mind. I won't say it. You go ahead. You tell your story.
Well, I mean, part of that was being there that evening, and also when we were at Comic-Con, and just hearing you guys talk, just listening to, you know, your success stories and all the great things, and, you know, the things coming. Like I remember Sean talking about the VHS tapes that were, you know, being graded, you know, they were starting to do things like that. And that's when I came home and I was like, you know what? I want to surround myself with people like this. And I just started Googling like NFT groups in my area, things like that. And I've met so many amazing people that I've been hanging out with, and like, just, you know, trying to be around the type of people I want to learn from, things like that. And I've met some great people.
So FamBam, there's a quote from Thanos in Avengers Endgame. I don't know if it's 2018 or 2019, where he says, as long as there are those who remember what was, there will always be those that are unable to accept what can be, end quote. And in that, I'm going to draw a parallel and referring to people that are saying, oh, well, in the OMI, what's it called? Their white paper in 2020, 2021, they promised us this stuff, and we're not getting this stuff. And it's like, okay, you're talking about something that happened years ago, before this SEC regulation, before a lot of these companies got slapped with these lawsuits. And I feel like as long as there's people that remember what was promised in a different regulatory climate, there are always going to be those people that cannot accept this new reality and this new normal of what can be and what VeVe is able to do. And maybe they have to capitulate. Maybe they have to go and get out and say like, hey, I'm done, in order for the new people to come in and, again, not know the vicissitudes of the last few years. FamBam, do you think that's something that's like, hey, Chavez, you're trying to connect dots that aren't there? There is something that maybe they can be converted if they go and they say, you know, you have somebody that explains it to them in a simple way, or do you think that those simple ways have been tried and those people just are unable to be talked to?
When it comes to those who don't believe anymore?
Yeah, the people that are fudders, the people that are going on and just saying like, hey, this is, you know, VeVe is a scam and it's a rug pull and all that.
Yeah, I think they're just in their own heads too much, and I don't think there's anything we can say or do to make them feel any differently. I mean, if VeVe came out tomorrow and just opened everything up, like, here's everything we always said and whatever, they'll find something else. Some of them. I'm not talking about everyone, but there are some that that's just in them. There are people that, you know, that are just constantly negative. I mean, there are people I work with, things like that. It doesn't matter what's going on. They're finding the negative in everything. So there's just people like that. You know, there's all kinds of different personalities, and it's okay for everybody to have their opinion. I don't mind. Just don't constantly try to push it on everybody else. I don't go pushing. I might do my tweets that they are. If people say they're overly positive, you know, I'm overly positive or whatever, that's me. But I don't go onto everybody else and just constantly tell them, like, you need to say this instead. You need to think this instead. You need to, like, everybody can have their own opinion. I don't mind that. But when they're doing it just to make others feel bad, even if they're not constantly negative, but if you're going after someone just to make them feel bad, that's not okay either.
Okay, good point.
Or they're trying to bring somebody else down, like they're trying to bring a company down or whatever. It's not okay.
Might be something I need to work on.
Yeah.
Doc, what do you think?
Well, no. So I know that FamBam, you got to go. I just wanted to let you with any closing comments you had. Randy and I are still going to be going.
Oh my goodness!
4 more hours. We've done 4. We'll do 4 more. Let's go.
No, that's not happening. But
okay. I don't know. I appreciate you guys having me on here. Like, it's been pretty cool. I know. Yeah, definitely nervous, which messes me up, but because this is more of a little professional setting than when I'm always talking with Randy.
What are you saying, FamBam? That I'm not professional?
Randy, bro,
you're not all the time.
Some of your streams, even on Around the Comiiverse, where I'm kind of like, where like Rain or I aren't on there, and the things that you and Jordan will talk about sometimes. So I get it. It's a little bit different there. I get it. But FamBam, we are very grateful that you wanted, like, that you were willing to come on to the show. I think it's important to have female voices in this space, right? And the different perspectives from different community members. So I hope that when you're on next time, like, just the more times that you're on, the less nervous you'll be,
Yeah. And I've also been more MIA lately, past couple of months, just had things going on. So I haven't seen a lot going on in the community or have updates on, like, Randy talking about David. And I didn't know he was going to, and David teasing in the spaces, was it? Yeah, stuff like that. Like,
he's a lot of stuff. Yeah.
I know. I've been missing things. So I'm not even as, I don't have as much knowledge as I usually do, which also sucked with the drops, because then people were asking me, so many people, like, do you have to craft this? Do you have to craft that? How to do this? I didn't know. So I even text Randy. I'm like, hey, so you can just tell me real quick. But,
FamBam, I love you so much. Thank you so much for coming on. It means so much. You gave us 4 hours of your life. That's just thank you.
All the hours of my life. No, just kidding.
Can't wait to see you at San Diego.
Yes, and I do appreciate y'all letting me be on here, and keep rocking. Everybody, just take the high road. I even need to take the high road.
We can all be better. We can all be better about taking the high road. And again, I like when people call me out, I'm like, you're right. Like, all right, it's just better that way. The more just respectable that we can be towards different people's opinions, and again, it's tough when you get attacked a lot to continue to do that and not lash out every once in a while. So
I know.
Yeah.
I've gotten better.
You're awesome, FamBam. We appreciate you.
Love you.
See you soon.
Bye.
Yeah, so shout out. I did want to shout out Superstar Money. I did bring up you guys' video there on where all the VeVe YouTubers gone. It was good, and you guys brought up some good points there. And Big A. I mean, this is true. This is true. If VeVe can make people money again, people will flood in. That is true. And we talked about that. And this is interesting, right? Because we hadn't seen the number of editions for the Silver Surfer. They had announced the 3 different Silver Surfer Galactus comics. We saw that big mint with 10,000 at $20, and the community was like, "That's too much. That's wild." I feel like that was valid to say that. Then the second comic released, and it's $6.99 with 5,000 editions, and then this last one is 2,500 total editions. And Wes commented on that there's actually the commons are actually super scarce, which that's very unique actually, that the commons will be super scarce on that one. So could they have pivoted on how many editions there? Right? Is VeVe trying to listen? I think time will tell with that. But you know, and the other thing is, Big A, I want to give you like, this is just an example, and like we already talked about on this stream, like nothing is for certain. But I was talking to my brother-in-law. This was 3 years ago. Bitcoin was off its all-time high, right, of 72,000. I can't remember what it was in 2020, 2021. And he was like, hey, should I buy Bitcoin? I'm like, I think you should. And Bitcoin had dropped down to like 35,000 by that time, right? So he bought at 35,000 and it just kept going down and down and down for longer than a year and a half. And then he finally called me, right, when it was at like 19 grand, almost at the bottom. And he's like, hey, man, I think like this, it's just not going back up, you know, like I just am done. And I was just like, don't you dare sell your Bitcoin, you know, like, and he did, you know, and I get it. It's frustrating. It's not guaranteed there. But again, we lay out why we feel, why some of us and are stacking still. Like I've actually gotten a lot more sets now, and I've been collecting pieces that I'm like, man, I've been wanting this piece for forever. And at this price, I'm like, I have to get it, you know? So I get the frustration. And this is when you say capitulating, I think this is capitulation. Last year and a half, like a year and a half ago, I wasn't seeing multiple OGs leaving the space saying like, I'm out, right? I mean, Taps Trade, like as a YouTuber, he just stopped, but he wasn't like, I'm out of VeVe. He just stopped. But a year and a half ago, I was not seeing OGs leave the space. We are now seeing OGs leave the space. We're seeing a lot of people. I think this is the true capitulation stage. Now, how long this capitulation stage is, I don't know. But are there things, and that was what was so important, is are there things that VeVe could be doing to keep us engaged? And I think that there are. I think that the trading thing that was brought up by Superstar Money, and even like rewarding people with the badges of you've been holding this set for a year or 2 years, multiple examples that we gave. So anyways, like enough of that, but I appreciate Superstar Money, you know, welcoming back. It's good to be back. And I have to go all the way back to one thing that Nos Clint had said when I was like, yeah, I didn't make the cut on the video. And he's like, no, like, but like consistency is important. And that's true. I have not been consistent with my videos. I try to whenever I can be on Around the Ecomiverse. We did start OMI is my homie because I couldn't be on Around the Ecomiverse very often. And then I was gone for like 4 weeks with OMI is my homie. Sorry, so I'm just getting back on these comments.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, getting you extra more hours, getting this bread.
I like it, and I miss you, Randy. I miss talking with you. I will say I don't know how you were able to just like deflect all of the just comments that come your way, man. But like it just makes me want to like root for you so much more. I'm just like, man, if there's one person in this space that I just hope freaking just makes it, is you. Because I mean, there's some points where people like, I don't agree with your all in on one project, right? And I've voiced that before. I think like for me, I that's way too big of a risk. You know, I like the diversification, but I'm not going to sit there and call you an idiot for it. I'm just going to say that's your risk tolerance, and you're willing to lose it all if it goes to zero, right? And just like accepting that, but people like attacking you for that, that's just wild to me. And this is where I think I love this. Once you separate yourself from negative people, and that's why I finally did start blocking people. For the longest time, I was like this badge of pride where I'm like, I don't block anyone. You know, I tried to discuss it, and then after a while, I was like, this is like impacting me. You know what I mean? Just like why are you attacking me on this stuff? Like this is wild. I'm like, I don't need this in my life. Get out of here, you know? And that's when I was also thinking, I'm like, by interacting with these people, it elevates that negativity and more people see that negativity. And I'm like, not going to do it. Not going to do it.
There's a there's a parallel I guess I want to draw, and I guess it's how you define success. And depending on how you define success, like I think there's a lot of people that are more successful than me, and that's given the fact that I also think very highly of myself because I have that past of past successes, at least financially. And I remember one of the Omar had posted about me being like Thanos. There was an email I got in April of 2020 from the United States Air Force saying like, hey, because of the ongoing COVID pandemic, this has been affecting our nation. Please consider serving our country once again. And they couldn't call me back officially because I was out of the IRR by that point. But they could say like, hey, you can go on. The individual ready reserve. Okay. Saying that like, hey, you are individual ready reserve, meaning like you're able to serve. We are calling you back and you have to serve. But I was out of that by that point. And they had gone on and said like, hey, we're identifying members within, people who are out of the IRR but are still able to serve. Can you come back? And at that point, again, because I thought really highly of myself, I had posted a meme back to the response from the official Air Force email. And I said like, it was a Thanos meme. And it said, you could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me. Because I thought they had handled this in like the worst way possible. So why I bring that up is because I think fairly highly of myself, but I also know that there's multiple people, yourself included, that are just successful in multiple different ways. One, just where they are in lives, the positions that they have, and also money, or I think success shouldn't be tracked just on how much money you make, because there's a decent amount of people I know that make a ton of money and they're miserable. And they're people that just have like an ex-wife or two and their kids don't talk to them and they're just like, they hate themselves. But I had recently talked to Tina and Rudy Garcia recently with Crypto Rain. We were down in Arizona and they had this huge house and their kids, they love their kids and their kids love them. They have a great relationship with them. And that's how I measure success too, because I had like the worst relationship with the people that raised me growing up. But they have all of these things to be happy for. And what are they doing? Not only are they financially successful, but they're successful in love and family and just where they are in life. And they're the ones that are buying all of these special mint collectibles. They're the ones that are buying all of these things because they recognize that that's the future. And when you talk about things that you interact with, I'm going to get really crazy here. And I'm sorry for that. But, I've had a lot to drink. So yeah. There's like, whether you, let's say, post on X or Instagram or Facebook, TikTok, whatever they are, you like a certain post, and then what happens? You get more posts or videos that are related to that. And that's easily explained like, okay, well, that's the algorithm showing you what it thinks you want to see. You like this post, it thinks that you want to see more things like that. But if you draw a parallel between that and people who say, okay, what you put out into the universe is what you get back. Basically saying that positive people have positive things happen to them and negative people, they have negativity find them. Well, I think that's further evidence that shows that we might be in a simulation where what we do and what we think has an effect on us, and people think it's the universe. But what if in reality it's just the algorithm of the situation or the simulation that we're in? What is this? I think Avicii said it best, where life is a game and love is the prize. Like, is it something that, what is the end goal to all of this? Now, for me, it's obviously to make as much money as I can to help and protect animals. But what about you, doctor of stuff? You're the doctor of all things. You're the doctor of stuff. Obviously we can both assume that VeVe is going to be hyper successful and that's why we're in here. But what's your end game? What is are you positive because that's going to get positivity, or are you positive because of other reasons?
Well, so, man, like you're talking about like.
I threw a lot at you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to process. I'm trying to process this, but like, I will say, like, I'm a pretty skeptical person of things, right? Remember NFT Hero posted that thing, and the first thing I was like, yeah, that is definitely not the burn address for OMI, like that's kind of where I go with that. And it's just been recently, actually. I was talking with like one of my buddies, and I was just like, I really need to shift my mentality about like being so cynical. It's funny because with VeVe, like I look at things and I try to lay it out logically and take it out. And I say that because part of it is an investment for me. And so I do as much as I can to take the emotion out of it. But I don't always do that in life things, right? Where I try to take the emotion out and just look at things logically. And that's where I think sometimes it can be skeptical. I can get this negativity. I used to travel a ton for work. And Randy, it was crazy. I was like, the universe is out to get me because I would travel with different people. And like, if anything bad happened, it would always happen to me. Only me, right? Like, for example, me and a coworker, we're flying to New York, and this opportunity to take a different flight and get like $500 flight credit or something comes up, right? And it's literally an hour difference of the flight, and instead of flying into JFK, we're going to fly into LaGuardia. And I was like, done. Super cool. Didn't have any meetings until the next day. And so me and my buddy, we do that. But remember, so we were initially flying into JFK, and we've checked in our bags, and I was like to the lady, I'm like, are our bags, are they going to be taken off and put on the plane to LaGuardia? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, can you check? I'm like, I have a feeling. Can you check? And she's like, yeah. Let me look. She's like, you're good. You're golden, right? So we get on the flight. I get off the flight, and I just look at my buddy as we're walking towards the carousel, right, with the luggage. And I was like, my baggage isn't coming, man. Like, yeah, right. And that's exactly what happened. And I was like, this always happens to me. And it was like, I swear to you, just recently where I've had a shift in my mindset of like, you know what? If it happens, it happens. But like, the universe isn't out to get me. And I don't know if it's just that mindset shift where then all of a sudden, maybe stuff still is happening to me, but I just don't recognize it, or I don't make such a big deal about it. Or maybe stuff is less. So that being said, do I think that that's like, that means that we're in a simulation? No, I don't think we're in a simulation. My end game here, I think, is to make the most positive impact that we can have. And there's multiple ways to think about it. Even the cynic in me would say, if there's literally nothing after this life, then who cares, right? Then who cares? Who cares what you do? Literally, it doesn't matter. Like that's like the worst case scenario, right? Of it's just like we're an accident, and so yes, you have these feelings, and your brain thinks this way, but at the end of the day, you just go back to dust, and 50 years from now, no one will even remember what you did. I don't know, right? Like that's depressing to me. And if it's a simulation, then like that's also the thing. So for me, I do feel like there's something after that, but that would be the cynic. But even if that was the case, like I just, man, there's something to say about helping other people. That's one of the reasons I started the channel, is like, and one of my first videos was talking about how to avoid common crypto scams, because I'd been scammed before and lost money early on. I was like, that was a terrible feeling. I know that there's so many people out here coming in for the first time into Discord or these things, and they lose their money. And all I can say is, like, whenever you help someone else, like there's a feeling there that you just like don't get any other way. And to me, that means something. So my end game is to try to help as many people as I can, and to try to build out a relationship, a solid relationship with my family. And I've been trying to do that this 2 weeks away from work and stuff, and just spending quality time with my family. I was just like, it just makes you think. I'm like, man, here I am getting into these Twitter fights with people I'll probably never meet ever, and I'm instead of hanging out with my family who loves me and depends on me and cares about me, I'm doing this. And I was like, yeah, I gotta really focus more on the things that I care about and building that up. But I do love this community. I love talking about it and passionate. So, anyways, that was kind of like rambling response.
I love that. That's like we need like 8 times more of that for every question that I give you, because that it fills up a lot of time. It gets people to know like the real you and your mindset. And I feel like it's also easier to go on and talk about it because it's like, oh, not that there's no consequences, but I'm talking to someone, even though we know each other, love each other, but talking to someone that's like here but not really here, versus someone that like, well, if I say something really crazy, then there might be negative consequences, like it looks weird, or suddenly like now I'm alone.
I'm like, I gotta leave, Randy. Yeah, you go ahead and keep on the stream. But hey, I've held this up there. Shout out to Green Tech. I want to know, because I wasn't on the space, and maybe you can inform the people, because I had heard that David was on a Twitter space and he was like, there's a new IP, there's a talk about Rolex, and there's something big in June, and it's bigger than BlackPink. This IP is bigger than BlackPink. I would not consider Rolex bigger than BlackPink. So what do you think it is? And here's my comment to it. This though, I hope that in June, because My Collectibles has also talked about some things with June, right? Like all of a sudden they're kind of hinting towards there's some stuff happening in June. I really hope that it's more than just another IP. Really. And that's where I'm saying, like, I want some things that keep people engaged in the app. And, but anyways, I'd love to hear like the speculation on what you think that is. Not that I'm not excited for big IP. I think that'll be great. But like, I would definitely like some other things in the app to keep us engaged.
Yeah. I mean, if they don't give, I mean, there's most likely not going to be VeVeVerse in Q2, which I thought, okay, well, they don't get in by the first half of the year, that might come the second half of the year, that I've kind of expected. But if they said in like January, February that their main focus was OMI utility and accessibility, granted we got exchanges, but if there's no utility outside of, hey, let's get our, OMI on the app so we can get MCP points and we can get, airdrops. If there's no OMI to NFT by the end of Q2, to me, that would be an abject failure. And when Foster goes and says, hey, I would not have taken this job unless I liked where we were going, and I liked the timelines in which we were going at, the trajectory at which we were going at, I would have to go and reevaluate Foster's intelligence and positions and David and Dan's positions if he goes and he says that and we don't have anything by the end of the first half of the year. Now, I know that things happen and that there's delays and whatever, but Foster, I think, is smart enough to be able to see that, hey, your goal might be Q2, but then if I take that at face value and say, okay, you say Q2, that's going to be Q3 or Q4. Most likely the stuff that they wanted to do, like OMI to NFT, was definitely last year, but likely Q1. And Bob says, okay, I wouldn't have taken this job, and he's not going to be a punching bag if it wasn't going to happen relatively quickly. So they do have 1 month left. They have June. They don't have that, then yes, I think that would be a failure. Or in the words, you get your brain to keep the encyclopedia of all these in quotes. Dude, I don't know. And that's another thing I wanted to say, like where, talking about negativity and stuff, there's Uncle Iroh in the Avatar: The Last Airbender series where he says, if you look for the light, you can often find it. But if you look for the dark, that is all you will ever see. And he's going and saying, like, hey, if you're super negative and you look for people that are negative, you'll find that right away. But if you look for the light, it might struggle a little bit, but it's there. You'll come out to a better place. I believe that Comey and VeVe, they have a bunch of these things set up, and they're waiting for whatever in order to go and knock those pins down. But again, that's my opinion. I do believe they'll have OMI to NFT before the end of Q2. I've been talking about that for quite a while. So I think they have a month left. And if they can do that, great. And if not, then, we'll see what happens. Yeah,
my guess is with these hints, I think that OMI to NFT is coming. I don't know. I'm not a dev. I don't know the complexities of what that would take, but that has been something that has been talked about for a while. I would be quite disappointed if it's not within, I don't know if I have to say the end of Q2, but within the next 2-3 months. I honestly, like by the end of 3 months, if we don't have only the NFT, I these are my things, right? Like the communication needs to happen if that were to be the case, right? And I've already said that on the stream about the VeVe verse. Like what's happening there. Like I think it's important for them to just communicate and say, there's been some other things that have taken our attention. Like I don't know, and maybe there's NDAs, but the communication. I'd love to see more of that, better of that. But so to address a couple things. Oh, I wanted to ask you that. So all set for San Diego Comic-Con. Rain and I have a press pass to San Diego Comic-Con, which then also means that we'll have it for New York Comic-Con. So we're going to both of those. I definitely plan on covering, like all the news that happens with VeVe out there with Marvel. I'm guessing they'll be sharing the same booth or be next to each other again. But accommodations, no. I've been so slammed with work, and then I was on this like just planning this trip and making sure everything went well that I not sat down with Rain, and Crypto Cosmo is also coming. And being like, yo, are we doing an Airbnb? Are we doing a hotel? What are we doing? But I'm really looking forward to it. I've never been to a Comic-Con before. And I was talking to Sean with Comics and Crypto, and he's like, wow. Well, San Diego Comic-Con for your first one is going to be pretty special. So super stoked for that. So, like, are you going to San Diego Comic-Con? You are, right?
Yeah. So we should talk off camera. I know you probably don't have all night. When you have it's like, hey, I have 10 minutes left. Let's go off camera.
Okay.
But yeah, so I will be at San Diego Comic-Con. I don't have the official accommodations yet. I've gotten loads of people saying, hey, you can stay with me, and I will go and make time for everyone that weekend. It's just if I go and stay with someone, it's like if you do it for one, you have to do it for everyone. So I have people I'll go with, but I will make time for everyone. That'll be great. You are gonna have so much fun at San Diego Comic-Con. It takes over the whole city. Everyone's in costume. It's a super mega fun time, and I can't wait. It's happy time, happy days.
I'm stoked. I'm stoked to meet more of the VeVe fam, right? SoCal homie. I've interacted with you for, I swear it's been like a year and a half, or 2 years. How long has it been? Like years. I feel like it's been a long time that I've been interacting with you. And there's just so many people that I want to meet in person. Yes. So I have to, man, look, we're on this long live stream. I might as well address this. This is a pretty funny story about how I got into wearing Boston gear, like a lot of Boston gear, right? I love to travel, and anywhere I travel, I collect souvenirs. And typically there'll be like a tangible collectible or something. Like I have like 4 more bookcases upstairs and stuff, just loaded with things from Iceland and France and Scotland and New Zealand and like India, all these different places I've been. But I also collect clothing. I like to collect clothing. So I was visiting Buddy in Boston, and he was actually doing his residency in Rhode Island. And I flew in to the Boston airport, and he's like, hey man, like I got caught up in some stuff. So like my wife's going to pick you up. She's just going to show you around Boston. So she took me to Fenway Park, and I bought this hoodie. This hoodie is like, it's almost like 10 years old now. Yeah. And maybe not 10, maybe 7 years old. But so I bought this, and I was like, yeah. So like, and it just fits super well. Like I've got these short arms, and I was like, this thing actually like doesn't. Anyways, perfect fit for me. So I start wearing it when I'm traveling, right? And I'm at the airport this one time, and I'm just watching Netflix on my iPad, and I have my headphones in, and this guy comes up, and he pulls the headphone out of my ear, and I was like, I'm getting like attacked, right? Like I'm getting like someone's gonna assault me, and he's like, did you see the game last night? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, the game. And I'm like, what game? Who are you? What is happening? And he's like, your hoodie. And he's got this Boston accent, right? And I was like, no, like freaking hoodie. And like the look of disgust that he had that I would wear a hoodie, a Boston hoodie, and not know the score of the game last night. He was so appalled. And I was just like, that was like the craziest experience I've ever had. Like I love Real Madrid. I love like soccer and huge Real Madrid fan. We're at Real Madrid all the time. Never had something like that happen to me before, right? But then it starts happening more and more as I start wearing this when I'm traveling. People are like, "Go Sox," or and I started kind of be like, I kind of feel like if I'm going to wear this hoodie, I got to start looking at the scores of Boston, And then so I started doing that, and then people would hit me up and they're like, did you see the game last night? I was like, oh yeah, it was like ridiculous. The umps, like started getting into it. And then so I just started buying more Boston stuff. I love the designs of it. Yeah. And so I am not, the longest answer, Bolshevik, to your very short question is no, I'm not in the Boston area. But I definitely am a Sox fan. And look, I joined the Sox when we were not doing well. Okay. When I fell into all of this, it's like doing okay now, but yeah, go Sox. And but like Boston area, I love the area. Driving in it, the worst. I've driven India is terrible, actually. That is way worse. But just like the roads in Boston, like there's like 5 exits right in a row, and you're like, I don't know which one to freaking take on this freeway. Anyways, tangent. Let's see. Agreed.
I'll need your expertise when I go to India. I'll let you know. There's a lot of, I remember the story about Boston. Yeah, it's true. That's the last time you were, or one of the last times we were in New York, NFT NYC. We'll have a lot of fun things to do. Are you going to do interviews, and who do you most want to interview at the Comic-Cons?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to do interviews. I would like to interview Dan if possible. He's
fun.
I'm very grateful, and I feel very lucky to have been able to interview David, and then just talk with him a little bit afterwards. And I talked with him a little bit at DCon a couple years ago, right? But that was before I had my channel. And like he didn't know me. Most people actually, some people knew me, but being able to interview David was awesome. But I have different questions that I want to ask Dan than I would to ask David, So yeah, Dan would be the top of my list of people I'd want to interview there.
He's hard. He doesn't really give a lot of interviews. So you could maybe interview him like off the record and just be like, hey, just kind of ask a couple questions, and he'll be fine with that. Because he's just Bay. I love him so much. But outside of that, would you go to any other licensors from VeVe? Like, would you go to the MetaZoo or CryptoZoo, whatever they are, that have the what's that called, like the Cryptkins? Or would you go to Tokidoki? Or would you go to, let's say, like when Recur went down and VeVe got some of their licenses, would you go to Nickelodeon and be like, hey, heard you're partnering with VeVe? Would you go to their licensors and say like, hey, what do you have coming out? Try to get some alpha.
I mean, if I felt like those people were in the know, I guess because I've never been to a Comic-Con before, like I don't know who's there, right, at their booths. Is it the CEO? Because it'd probably be the CEO would know. But like, yeah, right. Yeah. So that's where I'm like, I probably wouldn't go to those booths and ask them because I don't feel like they would be in the know necessarily. But if I felt like they would, I would love to ask them. Like, I'd love to talk to Tokidoki and be like, you guys were one of the first on the VeVe app. How'd you decide to do that? I don't know how to say Simone. How do you say his name?
Lego? Simone? I don't know, actually.
Yeah, okay. But like, because he's over Tokidoki, right? He's one of the people that would have had to sign off on that. I've been like, I would love to hear from him as the licensor. We talked about, a Netflix where Dan and David are talking about rejections and their successes. It would be awesome to actually talk to the IP, one of the first IPs that signed on, DC Comics or Tokidoki, and be like, what made you say yes? Right? Like, I would love to hear that. How did you catch that vision? Would be huge. And oh, look at this. Like, this is I would love to interview Agent M actually on Marvel and VeVe. I think that would be super cool. I've just seen some of his interviews and his commentary, and really rad guy. That would be super cool. So
I think that'd be great.
What's up, Harris?
You see this live stream. What's up, Harris? How's it going? Yeah, we've had a bunch of people come on here. What I've noticed is that since I've been able to go in and connect my X account to the live stream, which I was never able to do before, I was able to do it yesterday, and now I can do it now. I think that's why we have a little bit more people here. How many people do we have now?
946 people here right now. We're almost at 1K, which this is pretty awesome, guys. Okay, so check this out. We're at almost 1K right now on this stream. The Jenner meme coin Twitter space right now, right? With is that really Jenner is up there speaking. They're at 2.1K on the Twitter space. We're at almost 1K here. That's wild. The strength of the VeVe fam is insane in this space. And that is why so many other projects target the VeVe community and the influencers there, because of how strong this community is. That is that is wild. I love that. So shout out, hey, perfect timing because I haven't done it in a while, right? But guys, please smash, push, crush, gently caress, like fall asleep on, lean on, whatever it is, the like button, the all notifications button, and the subscribe button to the channel. I would love to get my channel to over 1,000. And one of the reasons for that is people see small channels and it's just human nature that they're just like, not a lot of subscribers, don't know what they're talking about. I'm out, I feel like I have a lot of insights. I try to be pretty even keeled on things, and I think people could benefit from that. So I'm not much of a salesman, but that was my sales pitch. Please smash, push, crush, check the crest, like, subscribe, and all notification buttons on mine and Randy's. I'm already assuming that basically most people watching this have already done that to Randy's channel, but do it to mine too. So, but I love the people here, like Harris, so many awesome community members, man. Just very grateful for them.
Let's get back from vacation. Yeah, this is great. As we go on, in India, I'll be going to 2 locations. One is going to be Rajpipla with Prince Manvendra. I'll be his royal guest. That'll be great. And then one will be another part of India where my friend Sunny is from. And we'll go on and we'll get a bunch of people here investing. And then I'll get a decent amount of them into OMI, get a couple of people into some other things. I don't know when that'll be. It'll likely be in the next couple months. So keep them posted. We've been going for about 4.5 hours now. Let's and I just had to go and plug in my tablet because I drained like 80% of my battery. So we could end it here if you'd like, and then there's a couple things I do want to talk to you about off camera.
Yeah, let's do that, man. I'll answer this last one because Bolshevik, I haven't really interacted with you before on my stream. What collectible looks most attractive at current prices to you both? Yeah. Well, I guess Bolshevik, I'll ask you a question. Like, does the price matter, right? Or like, yeah.
Well, this morning
what price?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, this morning there was a sub 100 reso for like $1,400, and it's like, okay, well, if a reso is like $600 or $800, however much it was, a sub 100, which should be about 4x that price, is only 2x that price. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Partner statue at like $1,300, $1,400 makes a lot of sense. I think that the VeVe Gold logo at $4,200 makes a good amount of sense, but that's a lot of money. Ultra Rare Vader, Todd, like these things are just so cheap. I mean, considering like it's not, let's say, something new. Like I like the Lucky Gold Rosso dragons. Those gold dragons are like $500, and it's like, okay, well, they've never been in a bull market, so we have no idea how that's going to perform. Even though it's from Tokidoki, and Tokidoki has a massive fan base, you at least know other things like, okay, Ultra Rare Vader was like almost $3,000, and Todd was $14,000, and Riso was like $21,000. You at least know what those other ones have been in the past and what they might aspire to be once again. The Lucky Gold Rosso, you have no idea, but there's only 80 of them, and I have 2 of them, so there's really only 78. So there's some really good. I think there's some really good options here, but and people that are selling, you can sell now, or you could wait X amount of months or X amount of weeks for OMI to NFT, whatever you want. My opinion.
I have an affinity for the partner statue. I think that there will be a lot of different Batmans. We've already seen with Iron Man, right? Like the latest Iron Man is the coolest Iron Man, right? The animation is freaking dope. Like
that's not the latest Iron Man, because there's the Marvel Mighty's Iron Man and the Venomized Marvel Mighty Iron Man.
You're
but
right.
I agree that animated Iron Man is amazing.
Yeah, right. Like he's way cooler than the FA. And I think that there will be some people who will just be like I want that. But where I'm going with that is I think like we have already seen a ton of Batmans. We've seen different Spider-Mans. We've seen different poses of Vader, but like Disney really protects Walt Disney, like the image of Walt Disney, right? Like that to them is extremely sacred. I just don't personally see with any other partnerships that they have, like, I mean, we see that they've done things with the Disney pins and they have things with, Cryptoys, but I don't see them doing another Walt Disney thing. And I can be wrong with that, but the fact that like if they do, it's still going to be way more rare compared to any of the other IPs that they do. And it's the first kind of Mickey Mouse and Walt Disney thing. So for me at that price, I think it's pretty substantial. We know that in the bull run, like it was selling for $40K. And yeah, so for me, like I like that price. And that's something that I do want a Rizzo. That's one of the things I wanted. Rizzo. I just want to complete that first Batman set. I've wanted to do that for a long time, and like I'm going to be doing that here sometime soon. But and then Todd, like we've seen Todd. So like you talk about multiples, and if you're comparing like what prices are now to what like they went in the bull market, like Todd is actually like way down, right? Like it's like $400 now, and it sold I think for around 14,000 or 16,000. That's pretty substantial. I still don't think that that's a 40x or like a 30x kind of like what the partner statue did. But anyways, those are just some thoughts there. It's fun to talk about. But as you can tell, my voice is going. Mad props to everyone who was here. 950 people viewing. Really appreciate you guys. I miss you guys. I'm really excited for San Diego Comic-Con. I will definitely be able to be on around the sometimes around the Comiverse, but OMI is my homie more often. And yeah, with that, we're gonna leave it there with you guys. But appreciate y'all. I hope you have a fantastic night.
Bye. Meow, 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 meow.
Peace out.